Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the House of Zelda. Tonight, we're taking another look at the Nancy Guthrie case. We'll examine the evidence, ask difficult questions, and use every tool I have available, from the cards to the pendulum, to explore where the answers may lead. Whether you're a skeptic, a believer, or simply curious, I'm glad you're here. Let's begin.
The cards speak. Justice listens. Welcome to the unseen. Truth doesn't hide forever, not from the eyes that see. Spirits stir, clues awaken. Let the seeing begin. Behind every crime, a shadow speaks. I'm Lady Zelda. Welcome to Seeing Crime.
And hello, my darlings. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the House of Zelda. I've been looking forward to this for a couple of days. So look, we've got updates. I've got something that one of my insiders, now look, I don't have big time insiders. I'm not related to these big news outlets because I am not a big news outlet. But seriously, I'm just happy to have a little bit of tidbit of information. And I think it's very interesting. When you hear it, you'll think so too. I want to welcome True Oracle here tonight. It's always fun when we have all the folks with True Oracle and all of you folks. And I would like to thank my beautiful mods. That is Patty. Hello, Patty. Thank you so much, my darling. This is Avon. It is called Aster. Think of the dog in the Thin Man series. That's how I remember it. Aster. I really am loving this color for summer. Thank you. And the rest of everything is crushed berries. It's this little, it is kind of a creamy, powdery blush that goes on. You can't make a mistake with it. And I also used it on my eyes, which I love it. I like that look. It looks better than the deep brown. You know, I'm getting older and I can't wear the same makeup that I used to. So anyway, there is my beautiful Terry. Hello, my darling. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you so much. Last but certainly not least, it is Captain Jerry is here. She's saying hello to everybody. Hello, Captain. I hope you had a great birthday. You got a package coming. Let us know. Let us know when you get it. So I'm just happy to have you here. I'm happy to have you here. Thank you. Thank you. And the mods are putting the Avon link. And I want to thank you so much because you guys are really, I just started selling it because listen, I like Avon. My mother used to sell it. But you know what? When I really started getting into Avon, many of you may not remember this. It was during the campaign that had Elizabeth Taylor Elephant Walk. And all this jewelry looked like from the movie in the 50s. My mother went absolutely nuts over it. I did too. And I wish I could find it. It's hard to find. And it is pricey. And I've even asked some of the people at Avon, and they're like, But they're rolling back sometimes. They're bringing some of this old, beautiful vintage jewelry. And I bought a ring. I'll show it to you, obviously. I bought a ring that my mother had that was long gone. And so now I can wear that ring and think of my mom too. So that is excellent. So thank you so much, Carol. Thank you. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. Look at that little sweetheart. Hi there, Linda. So glad you could make it tonight. I hope you all have your snacks, maybe even a piece of paper and a pencil, maybe. And here are a lot of more. Hello. Hi, Katie. And there's Sarah in shock and horror. I've seen you a couple of times today. Hello and welcome to each and every one of you. Just love it. And listen, I love the idea of you putting your DNA on your own device and liking and especially subscribing. And I've got a little information for you about DNA that may blow your mind. And I love it. And when you start thinking of things, ooh, yeah, it's really something. Let me catch up here. Everybody's saying hello to the other one. I'm so happy. And we'll get to everybody, all the gifts and everything else coming. We'll get to that. And we're going to look at things. Give me a second. We're going to look at things pretty deeply tonight. We're going to start. Hello from the English countryside. Oh, Katie. Bless you. I love it. If you see Mr. Darcy coming through, or Colonel Brandon, yes, hello. Those are my mom collected the Christmas plate. And wait till you see the little holiday things. The Christmas as we get into next month, they've got little Christmas villages that are very affordable. Hi, Kara. How are you, my darling? Very nice to see you. Very nice to see you. And you can hear Riley back there. He's sleepy today, and he has been begging me to get back into the bed because when we sleep at night, we watch movies, and he lays in a way that he can watch the screen, and he'll put his little hand and his arm up around my neck. It's like wearing a fur coat to bed. I'm telling you. It's like, but he's ready to watch movies. Not yet, buddy. There we go. Thank you, Cap Maris. Thank you. Oh, Catherine got her Avon today. And I like Christmas. You know what? I think I'm my best customer because I ordered another Avon haul. I'm just so happy about all that. Thank you. So let me keep up. Hello, whatever it is. Yeah, that's right. That is worth some bucks. I wish I had my mother had that entire Elephant Walk collection that Avon. Look it up when we're done here. Look it up because I'm telling you, it was beautiful. I don't know why they don't bring them back. I'd probably buy them out. Thank you for the wonderful support and thank you for the happy birthday and the happy early birthday to you. Yes. I know who she's talking about. The Venmo is missing. Let me get that up. Thank you, creatives, for reminding me. See, I'm slipping and I need you guys. I've always used Clinique aromatics for years. Can you recommend a fragrance in Avon? Used it some years ago, but I forgot the name of it. And I'm sure that there's certain ones now. The one that I like right now is Haiku. It comes in a light green, and when you open it, it's a little strong, but it mellows out because sometimes I can't wear things anymore. I'm real sensitive these days, and to that smell, and I love it. It is a good one. It's called Haiku, and there's another one. I've got one here, and this is what I wear at home. Now I don't wear this fragrance, but this is the size. Look at that size. And it's not expensive at all. And this happens to be Sweet Honesty. They still have Odyssey. They have Far and Away. They have Black Suede. They have, it's a lot of them. But I get Haiku in this. And it's just a nice body moisturizing cream. And all day, you get a nice little whiff, especially in the heat. You need something to feel like it's cooling down. Hi there, my darling. Howdy. Yep. Thank you. All right. All right. So I want to go through these real quick and then we're going to get busy. We're going to get busy. Thank you. I see where y'all are sending in a lot. Hello from Alabama. Hi. Oh my goodness. Love that profile picture. And I love you back. Thank you for being here. I did not see Savannah's latest post today. I did not see it. And quite frankly, I don't know if I'm interested right now. I know that sounds funny, doesn't it? It does. Yes. Anyway, I have another little surprise for you. And for those of you who have been asking, I wanted to wait to get a few more people in here. We are 11 minutes in, and I'm not going to take but because we've got some stuff to talk about. I love the rabbit decor. I did too. And they had a scent that was called Raining Violets. I wore that. I got a funny little story. I was a sophomore in high school. It was between my sophomore and my junior year, and had a date with a guy that I've been waiting on for a long time. And I had some Raining Violets, and I was ready. And my mom and I and a couple other people were sitting on our porch at the farm, and we're playing some board games while we're waiting. All of a sudden, the little flies and insects kept coming in, and I had to literally go and wash that off because they thought that's how good it smelled. And I was overtaken. But anyway, don't look, it's so disappointing. Yeah, I figured it would be. Avon used to make Charisma. I think they may still have that, honey. I think they may still, because I was thinking I saw that the other day. Because you know what? I'm not the only one that likes retro Avon. And I'm thinking, because they still have Odyssey and Sweet Honesty, and Haiku is one of they used to have another one, and it's no longer available. Far and Away is older too. So I always, my wife put her Splash in the fridge, and I don't listen. I do the same thing when it comes to Splash and that sort of thing, because it's cooler. It's cooler because you know what? If you leave these things set out in the heat, like even in your bedroom or in a drawer or something else, they can literally go rancid. They can start smelling off. And the refrigerator is a nice cool way to keep them, so you're having a little cool splash, and it keeps them a lot longer. So yeah, she's the smart cookie. Thank you, my darling. It is called Aster, Aster. I love it. And I'll probably be wearing that a lot. I love the WZLD radio. Thank you, Katie. I'm so glad. That was kind of a whim, because I was sitting here writing yesterday, and I'm getting to that part. I was sitting here writing, and I thought, I need to clear my brain for a minute, and I need to, I just seriously, pardon me, somebody's outside my window. Anyway, I just need to take a breath and clear my brain space. So I thought, you know what, I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to do a little thing and be fun, put some music up. And I believe they have them. I have for sale, and I have this one here. It is also the color Aster. I know exactly what you're talking about. The little lipsticks. That's it right there. I think they come in a pack of 12. I'm not sure. But if you look, I think you can find them. Thank you. All right. You guys are wonderful. Avon Skin So Soft. Yes. And, it smells good too. It's very good. Yep. They have them. They also have a little, I sent one down to Captain Jerry. It's like a little cardboard, and it's really nice. It's a little cardboard, and it's got I don't know, several pots, maybe 6 little pots. They're not very big, but they're just little sample pots. They're good too. Avon does have fantastic fragrance. I'm a fragrance girl. I don't want to be this, oh, the it girl. I just want to smell nice. I used to wear Beautiful by Estee Lauder for a long time, but that just kind of, you get tired of a scent. It smells good, but I just kind of got tired of it. Wow, 418. Thank you so much. And do me a favor. DNA, because we got a lot of stuff to talk about. DNA. All right. I'm gonna slide through there. It's going so fast I can't keep up with you. So yeah, Captain Harris, the samples are beautiful. I sent her a little sample thing. Thank you, my darling. Thank you, Janice. Thank you, my darling. Thank you. And thank you, Terry, for putting that up as well. I appreciate you. Okay. I do too. I love it. Thank you. We're going to rock on in a minute. All right. We're at 50%. Let's give everybody a thumbs up. Yes. Yes. Thank you. And you know what? It's free to be here. If you want a gift, you're welcome to. But you don't have to get a membership. If you feel bad, and I see a lot of you are like, oh my gosh, I feel bad because I can't donate. You know what? Do me a favor and just watch one ad. That's all you have to do. Just watch one ad, and that helps more than you can really think. It sure does. It sure does. Okay, somebody wrote here, hi there, Lynn. Look forward to seeing you, sweet Lady Zelda. I must have 50 of glasses, but I see you, and I have to have the ones that you have on tonight. Go. I got these. Listen, I'm a cheap girl when it comes to glass. If I have probably close to 70 pairs of glasses, a whole drawer filled, because that's kind of my thing. I like handbags. Used to be shoes when I could wear heels. I can still wear heels, but I don't care anymore. Just a minute. Riley, what's up with you, bud? Do you have something you want to say? Okay, so anyway, so handbags and eyeglasses, I get them off the Tucky Tick shop, if you know what I mean. And they come in about a week. And I think I got 6 pairs of these. It was like $15, $15.98, something like that. Does Avon have a fragrance that is vanilla or jasmine that is longer lasting? Yes, they do. I don't know how to pronounce it. It is called, I don't know how to pronounce it. It is LYRD. And if you go on to the website of Avon and you put in the little search bar on my shop, Elway. There's a reason I said that. LYRD. They have all kinds of those really beautiful, natural smelling notes of jasmine and vanillas and chamomile and all these. Oh, it's, yes, very, very so. Just take a look. Stop by and take a look. Okay. The Lindsay Clancy, it is very sad. It is extremely sad. Okay. Right? You know how it is when I started up. Okay, we are always dancing, and we're going to dance in a minute, but I've got to show you something, and then we'll dance. I have Guthrie fatigue. I have the Guthrie family fatigue. Can I just say that? Yeah. Thank you, my lady. Thank you, my darling. I appreciate that so much. We are going to dance. We'll dance to the long one tonight. Hello, my darling. Venmo and Cash App are only available in the USA. What else? If you've got PayPal, I have a route to PayPal through True Oracle. But other than that, you can super chat here if you want. I'm not saying you have to. You don't have to do anything. Now we need to find a vintage Avon case. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Right. There are some men's scents that I really, tote bags for me. Avon's got some. I'm going to get some tote bags. But I like, here's the thing. I like a leather bag because they last me forever. And I have the two. One is a brown one. You saw that in one video, and one is a black one. They are Italian leather bags and really good. Lady Zelda, does it help if we leave a comment when you're not live, and does just hitting the tubes of you pages? Yes, everything and anything helps. Yes, because the algorithm goes, oh, there's activity in her channel. People must like her. We're going to push it out a little bit more. And by the way, I'm going to just try to catch up here, because if I could listen, I could just sit here and talk with you. The mods have it. They're going to put it in a link in the comments, and it is in the description here in this, and you can go back through other descriptions of videos and find it as well. What was I going to say? Oh, there, Captain Harris has got it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I love the leather. They're like a doctor bag. And that's how, because I don't like to carry a deep bag, because I feel like I'm always digging in the bottom, even if I get those organizers. I like a doctor's bag, so when I open it, I can see what the heck is in there and get what I want. But I want it to be a little bigger. So I got a black one for fall and winter, and sometimes I wear the brown one into the deep fall, and then I have a brown one for spring, summer. I'm very, I'm not basic, but I'm very practical when it comes to that. I'm not a trendsetter. I got better things to do than worry about trends. I wear black, for crying out loud. How much more trend could I be? Thank you very much, Lisa. I appreciate that. I lose items in a clutch purse, so I finally just said forget it and started carrying bigger bags. I get it. Okay. Hello. All right. So now, I got something. First of all, I want to tell you what you all have done for me at the still case. And don't forget, we are going live there Monday night. And it does say we have a new case, and I was going to do Nolan Wells. And right now I'm kind of standing back here. But we've got new things that we can talk about. We're going to talk about new things. So, still case, we're going to get into some new things Monday night. But because of that one live stream, I am now I'm over halfway there to monetization. And it's because of you. So this Monday might just push me. It just may push me. So you know what? I'm in competition with myself. I just have to do. So there we go. Avon does not have an oily feel at all. I've never felt. I wouldn't wear it if it did. I just wouldn't wear it. That's too gross. It makes me feel hot. So yeah, there we go. So yes, I'm almost there. But here's the thing, my darlings. And they make it very clear. Just because you get the watch hours, and just because it is a privilege. They go through and they review it. And they basically can say, we don't really like your channel now, but we might in the future. So we don't know. You have to apply. So once you get those particular hours, you have to apply. And I always hold my breath because you just don't know who's going to be reviewing the channel or anything else. You know, I know I can do it. I know I can do it. So there we go. The Crossy files, you can look. I've got all the channels are in the description. You can go right in there. Hi there, Newfoundland. Hi, hi, hi. So glad to have you here. Oh my goodness. I did mention it. You may not have been in here, my darling. Thank you all for coming to the WZLD pilot episode last night. That was a lot of fun. And I'm glad you liked it. And in the month of October, because you know we always do the Halloweeny stuff, you know, Lord Gregor is going to be coming on and talking about things in Romania and in the Carpathian Ark and werewolves and vampires and all that good scary stuff. So in the month of October, you don't want to miss, because he's very careful about talking about that stuff. But now he's relaxed a little bit. He's relaxed. So we're going to hear some stuff. And really, yeah. You don't want to miss it. Because listen, when he starts talking about that stuff, I'm like, tell me more, Uncle Gregor. Right? That's exactly what I say. Captain, Colonel Brandon and Mr. Darcy is what I always say. Let me see. There we go. So I do too, Barbara. Pardon me. I do too. Look at those two little sweeties. I do too. The Art Bell Days is absolutely right. I love Art Bell. Always loved him. Always. Ellen, thank you so much. I know. Listen, I'm preparing him, but he asked me. He left a comment in the comments, said he would come on. Okay. You know, I look at it this way. We are in October now. AUG, first day of August. Can you believe it? This year is more than halfway done. We have 4 months until the end of the year. But this is a time when our spooky content always kicks in and we do all kind of stuff. Don't see the links in the channel description. You have to kind of scroll down, my darling. They're in there. They're always in there. You got to scroll pretty much all the way down. There's a lot of stuff in the description. Maybe some of the mods can do that too. There we go, Terry. I love my 2 boys we adopted. Oh, how adorable. And you know what beauty they bring. Oh, I love it. Oh, I'm a boy mom. I'm a girl mom, but I'm a boy mom too. Listen. When he started, because you know that's how we met. And when he started telling me some of these things, it's not Hollywood. So buckle up. It's not Hollywood. He runs into one every now and then. I'll tell you this much. Do you know that the majority of vampires are located in Croatia? Okay, then. Paranormal Petey. Oh, there you go. Paranormal Petey, my darling, is, I don't know where he is. Oh, he's sitting over here by Scooby. He's sitting with her. You know, she's the littlest. She's the last girl that I've got. And she's the littlest. And all the boys, especially Riley, he's as big as a tow truck, sit by her because he's warm. So there we go. Hello, my darling. Hello. I just love it that you're here. Thank you for being here. You're a boy mom too. Yes. Oh, Katie Marks, we're going to make sure. Look at that profile. Listen. And you know he's not, right? I thought he was when I first met him. But I've always been a werewolf girl. I'm sorry. I've always been a werewolf girl. Give me a second. I got it. Like, here, sound effect coming. Ready? 3, 2, 1. I played that one time and I said, see, I'm mean. Poor guy, I pick on him. I said, Lord Gregor, is that you? Failed to see the humor in that one, but okay. It was still funny. I loved it. Is there an older case, 50 years or older, that you would like to dive into someday? Oh, honey, there are so many. And we may start doing that because I want you to know there is a poll that Mrs. Marie on True Oracle put up in the community tab. What would you like to hear about? A cold case, a mystery case, something older, all these other things. Hello, Spokane Valley. I remember my Spokane days. I used to work at the Spokane Chamber of Commerce. Arriving late, bless you. I haven't been there since the early 1980s. I bet it's changed a lot. Loved Michael J. Fox. I do. And I also remember, do you remember Michael Landon? When he was one? Be Still My Heart, Michael Landon. Halloween is on a Saturday night this year. You know it. And we are going to celebrate. And I have an idea of what I'm going to dress. Last year was great. I dressed up as Tippi Hedren from The Birds. I had a blonde wig and even had birds in my hair, and one was sitting on my shoulder. The cats were like, Sammy was like, I tell you this, Mom, I'm going in the room. You're embarrassing me. My son was like, Mom, this is a total embarrassment. Of course, he teases me all the time because, my son, anytime I ever say, do you remember, whatever? And I'll say, oh yeah, I remember that. And he'll say, in 1883, what was he say? In 1883, General Lee met with my mother. I just think it's so funny. Oh my gosh, isn't that hilarious? It was so calm, had a tether and a diaper. Okay, let's get into what we're doing. My darling, I used to live there. I had a store there. My son and I, for the first 12 years of his life, went trick-or-treating every year in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. It is the absolute best. One year while we were there, and the people dress up too. And one year we were there, they had this tall, I don't know how they did it. He had to be at least 10 foot tall, alien looking monster. And Ian he was little. He was so cute. I mean, I had that little fellow near me all the time. But this big monster looking fellow was walking down the street, and Ian went through this stage where he was scared of his own shadow. And I saw him coming. I said, now listen, there's something coming down the street. And the moment that I said that, he was like, where? And I said, I want you to know he's fake. It's just a dress up because it's Halloween, okay? I just want you to know that. And he's like, oh. He said, well, let me down. And the one thing I love it is because they'll have all the cops and the fire department out. Nobody gets hurt. There's nothing weird. Ian, because the streets were pretty empty. We were those ones that we had to wait, right? We had to wait until the last because my son just wouldn't go home. I didn't care. We were one of the last ones, and he jumps down and runs toward this big, he dwarfed Ian. And I'm standing, I must have had the look of whatever. I'm looking, and the cop's like, don't worry. And that big guy picked him up and patted him. I still to this day I wanted to know if he said something. I don't know if he did. We will never know. I have a clown story. I love Gatlinburg. I got married at the little church on the main strip there in 1993. So, oh, I want to look at you. I love that. Hooty hoot. Hooty hoot. I used to marry people because I have my license to marry. I used to marry people in Gatlinburg. And that was so fun. But I got so busy I couldn't do anything else and I had to leave it go. The birds, it's always a favorite of mine too, but I loved, what's his name? Oh, they don't make actors like they used to. Has anyone ever visited Bodega Bay? I would love to. I would love to. Waving hello from Selkirk, Manitoba, Canada. Well, we're waving hello back to you, my darling. Nina, welcome, my darling. Welcome, welcome. I love having you here. I usually stay in Sevierville when visiting. You have to, because Gatlinburg, I haven't been back in a few years, and it's getting a mess. But you might be able to find me at the Cherokee Harris Casino. Yeah. Where is the Avon salt sold? There's a link to my store, my darling. You can look in the description, or the mods put it in the. You can click on the link there, my darling. So, okay, we better get. I agree. Was talking about that last night, Miss Jean Kelly and Fred Astaire of the world. Yes, the incredible Mr. Limpet. Oh my gosh, yes. Do you remember the ghost of Mr. Chicken? Attaboy, right? Attaboy. I love Salem. I love it all. Okay, we better get going. Hello. I'll just sit here and talk to everyone. Call of the Will. Yes, I know. The ghost and I know that. I love that. The ghost and Mr. Chicken. Let's get started, my darlings. Should we dance first, or do you want to just get right into it? No, we're not going to dance first. If you want to dance first, put a 1 in the chat, and I'm going to be telling you something. Attaboy, Luther. Attaboy. That's right. Grew up in Knoxville, spent every weekend in Gatlinburg. Miss it. I miss it too. I miss it too. Okay, so here's what I want to tell you, my darlings. While you're putting 1s or 2 if you don't, it's okay. 1's in the chat. But I got a special announcement that I want to make for you this evening. Do you see this? By yours truly. I have been writing probably 50 to 75, probably 50 to 75 words, pages, not words, pages per day. I will be done with this book very soon. And for that reason, it is now available in the psychic shop for pre-order. It is now available for pre-order. And you can go there. The prices include shipping, and there's a place where you can get there's a place where you can get a signed copy from me. You have to reserve it. There's a limited quantity. All prices include shipping and handling. So you can head on over to the psychic shop. It is there for pre-order. So you can grab a copy, and as soon as it's done, and I send it over to the printer for their blessing so they can print it, we will start sending them out. So there you go. There you go. And I want to thank you for that. Here is the book cover once again. And I'll tell you what, I got to tell you this. I sat here today and was crying while I was reading this book. And I think that it'll have the same effect on you when you read the content. Because, my darlings, it is very emotional. Finding missing people. It is, and most of them are no longer alive. So there. My darling, I saw that go in, and thank you so much. You're gonna love it. What says, wait, it says it's out of stock? Hold on a minute. I make sure. No, it's available for pre-order, it says. You have to go in here, and it says it's let's see. There you go. Pre-order. You can get the signed copy, or you can get an unsigned copy. Both of them, and of course, there's Lord Gregor's book. All of them include shipping and handling. And the Seeing Crime is going to be probably close to 400 pages. If you like a big read, that's exactly what it's going to be. So there you go. It's the early bird catches the worm. All right. So I think we have just a lot of ones in the chat. Might want to check again, my darling, refresher, because it is there. Let me see. Finally made it to the live. I'm so glad. Yeah, it is a big book. I got a lot to tell you. And there's more. Think of it. I'm 60. How old am I? I'm 66 right now. And I started when I was 15. And the moment that you get into the first chapter, it's like, boom, here you go. Hang on. You're not going to be able to put it down. How many pages are in Lord Gregor's book? Well, I'll tell you. This is what it looks like. They are hardcover. And this is the size, and I still annotate. I'm one of those. 328. 328. Okay. Hello there, my darling Patricia. Are you ready to dance? I think we need to dance because I got some heavy stuff. We can take a break. Listen, I'm 66 years wild. Look out. 66 years wild. Look out. I'm ready to go. I had a premonition. I turned to Nancy's house 9:30. I saw the light very clearly. Yeah. There's some stuff going on in her house. Okay. Let's have a little jam. We're going to have a little jam. We'll do a short one, and then we'll take a break because I got some heavy stuff to bring to you. And we're going to be talking. We're going to be talking. Are you ready? We'll do the short one. Everybody adjust your volume because here we go. You just can't sit there. Here we go. Ready? Go. Have some energy. This is good, my darling. it. I love it. Yes, I will make the book an ebook as well. If you stay tuned on that. But yes, I will make an ebook as well. I want everybody to have it. I love it. Thank you so much for that dance. We did good. Now let's get into it. I got to tell you, Ian walked through and he's like, you know, he's the one started the on Twitch dancing. So it is what it is. I don't know about an audiobook. Those are tough and I wear out very quickly. And honestly, if I'm emotional while I'm writing it, I'll probably be very emotional when I'm reading it. And I don't think anybody wants to hear me boo-hooing while I'm through it. So lots of emotion with it because it involves my grandparents, my family, loved ones, friends, you know, places that I haven't been to in a couple of centuries, right? It feels that way. I'm going to tell you something. Love you, my darling. I'm going to tell you something, though. I've been working on the cookbook. And right now I'm having difficulty finding quality meat. I'm just going to be honest with you because I've been doing recipe stuff because I'm one of these books one of these cooks that I just kind of throw things in. And I know how much to throw it in because it tastes good. Oh, Judy, my darling, take cover if you need to. Thanks for letting us know. So I've been looking and listen, I made a recipe the other night and I didn't like it. And I thought, what's wrong? And it's the meat quality. So I'm trying to figure that one out. Hello? Okay, now let's get busy. Because first of all, now, thank you so much for everyone understanding. I love it. Thank you. You guys are absolutely fantastic. And I want to thank you for being here. Let's get into welcome to the House of Zelda. It is Saturday, August 1. And Nancy has been gone for a long time. And we came over that July 26th date. I was holding my breath, and it was because there were planetary alignments that favor finding missing persons. And unfortunately, it didn't come to fruition. Give me a second. I'm going to put the banner up for the psychic shop. There is the psychic shop, my darlings, for any of you that want to know. It is way too long, but I've got a few things. It's for those of you who have not seen them. The sheriff put out a media release. Let me take this down so we can read it because we need to read this. This is from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. Sheriff Christopher No Whatever, right? I like to go to the meat market too, but they don't have a good one where I am. But here's the thing. When you put out a cookbook, you have to understand that a lot of people can't go to meat markets and they have to use pantry things. And, you know, there we go. So you have to keep all that in mind. And I'm not that, I'm not hoity-toity when it comes to that. You're going to see that this is just real food, real ingredients, no pretentious nothing. That's what it is. Okay. This says, now there's a couple of things in here I'm not thrilled about. But anyway, this was released on July 31st of 2026. Video ransom note details. Video and ransom note details. The Pima County Sheriff's Department and Federal Bureau of Investigation's Phoenix Field Office have been working together for the past 6 months to locate Nancy Guthrie. That's news. Nancy was last confirmed at her residence in Catalina Foothills neighborhood in Tucson on the evening of January 31st of 2026. Through our collective investigative resources with the assistance of the private sector, we have recovered videos from her residence showing an unidentified male who knows what happened to Nancy. Are you sure? 2 videos recovered from Nancy's doorbell camera may be from 2 separate days. They are. Get an astronomy expert and they will tell you. I'm not an astronomy expert, but I can tell you the moon phase, and we did that here on this channel, Sheriff. Use what resources do you have? Because you ain't got the resources I think you do. These videos are critical to our understanding of the unidentified male's behaviors and choices. They indicate he took steps to prepare for an event on the night of January 31st to February 1st. Investigators continue to pursue every available technology and investigative lead. However, community members remain a vital resource. Just remember this line. Community members remain a vital resource as we seek to provide answers for Nancy's family. We would like to thank those who have already provided tips and information. We are asking for the public's continued assistance and are confident that you can further the effort. We know there are individuals familiar with this unidentified male who may have observed changes in his behavior around the time frame of the videos, to include a change in mood or displays of anxiety, nervous, or irritability, a change of physical appearance, hair color or cut, growth or removal of facial hair, etc., unexplained injuries, cuts on the hand, bruises, etc., during the period Nancy was last seen. You really want to make me try to think, you want to really convince me that you feel that Nancy was able to fight back and fight back on a person hard enough to give a cut and a bruise? During the period Nancy was last seen, and a normal routine changes, missing work, classes, or appointments, sudden departures, going to Italy from the area around the time of her disappearance, vehicle cleaning or repairs, unexplained interest or disinterest in Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood, noticeable intense interest or disinterest in the investigation or unexplained knowledge of the situation. 2 ransom notes attached, and yes, I have those, were sent to local and national media outlets that purport to have been, that's a big word, nanos, that have been written by kidnapper. The local CBS affiliate in Tucson, KOLD TV 13 News, received the first note on February 2nd and the second note on February 6th. These communications reveal distinctive patterns of word choice, syntax, and phraseology that reflect the writer's unique linguistic style. They also provide valuable insight into the person's mindset, motives, and evolution of their tone over time. As with the unidentified male depicted in the video, we believe these distinctive linguistic characteristics may be recognized to somebody who knows or has interacted with those notes
with the note's writer. A friend, family, coworker, member, classmate, or acquaintance may recognize these patterns of expression and possess information that could help identify the individual response. In the cases where there are times when people who may have knowledge initially do not come forward, this may be due to their close relationships with those, listen very carefully. This may be due to their close relationships with those who might be involved, as well as a concern for their own safety, reputation, or standing in the community among their friends. We recognize this relationships and loyalty change over time, as do people and their perspectives. It is not too late. Think about this. It is not too late to come forward. Regardless of how insignificant you think your information may be, or whether you think we are already aware of it, please contact us. I believe you have on several occasions. If you have any information at all, please call 1-800-CALL-FBI, 800-225-5324, or 88-CRIME. You can remain anonymous, right? There is a reward available for your information. Now I want you to know this. That is the weirdest media release in my 150 years of working in crime scenes. You know me, in finding people, crime scenes, etc., etc. But there's some little Easter eggs in there, and we're going to get to those in a moment. So hang on if you've got spoilers, okay? Because we're going to talk about a lot of things. This is the ransom note number 1. Coming into KOLD News Desk, News Tips. And this is issued from the Sheriff's Department at Pima County, Pima. I almost said something I shouldn't have. Hello, Savannah. Hi. We have your mother, Nancy. She is safe but scared. Oh, you must be psychic. She will be held for ransom, and once payment is received, she will be released unharmed. We will be holding her for a maximum of 7 days. You will need to send Bitcoin in the amount of $4 million before 5 p.m. Isn't it funny? But that was right around the time that we heard that Savannah was going to be going on Word Salad. You know what I'm talking about. Wordle with Jimmy Fallon. And didn't we hear something about a $4 million upfront or compensate or something? Anyway, USD. Who writes that? Before 5 p.m. on Thursday, the 5th. If payment is not received, the ransom will be increased to $6 million, which will need to be paid by 5 p.m. on Monday, the 9th. So we're not only sending a ransom note demanding, we're starting to negotiate with ourselves already. Once payment is received to the Bitcoin address below, she will be released within 12 hours. Now that is where I always talk about the 12 hours. Why 12 hours? I don't know. Grand Junction, Colorado is approximately 11 hours from Tucson. As the crow flies, given you stop to go to the bathroom maybe a couple of times, might need to get gas, you may need to get a drink. Maybe it's 10 and a half hours, but 12 hours Why? 12 hours. So she will be released within 12 hours of deposit to a safe drop-off location back. You hear that? Back in Tucson. So she was 12 hours away. Grand Junction, Colorado, is approximately sort of kind of Grand Junction, 12 hours away. I said that. They know that. No response. If payment is not received by the last deadline on Monday, the 9th at 5 p.m., she will be receiving her ticket to paradise. We're not going to say it. Your mother is aware of this. I'm not making light, everybody, but your mother is aware of this, and her life is in your hands. It is the best interest of everyone to have this completed as soon as possible. You will not be able to contact me from here on out. There will be no negotiation. Or you're negotiating with yourself, you Nimrod. But okay, do not play games. All right, I'll put away Clue and Monopoly. Law enforcement will not be able to help you. Why? Do you have a contact within law enforcement? Asking for 1 million plus friends. She had a white smartwatch on the floor of the foot of her bed, and the white floodlight in the backyard was destroyed. Let's read the other one, and then I'm going to come back and really comment on these things. Here's the second one. Guthrie family. No more, dear Savannah. They're getting a little ticked now. We did not fully grasp the seriousness. We did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. We never intended to hurt her, but that was not our intention. Well, you just threatened to do that if you didn't get your big Bitcoin. She is buried in nature now. Nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. We want your family to know this and hope you all can find peace. We are truly sorry. And yes, I have agreed to all the terms and conditions. What? So let's bounce back to this first one for a minute, because I got a lot to say, as always. It is obvious to me that these are two different people. And being a well, I would redact these two because, quite frankly, you don't want everybody's brother, dog, and pup looking up these people and then, going on a wild goose chase. I'll get Mrs. Marie. Hold on a second. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you. I think it's just something, it is not sold out, whatever. We'll make sure. Mrs. Marie, if you are listening here, my darling, give me a second. Give me a second. No. Give me a second. Okay. Coming back to you at breakneck speeds. Here I am again. Now I want to go over this first ransom note. Okay, Roxy, I'm glad it did. Okay. Let's go over this first ransom note for a couple of reasons. First of all, I'm an author, as you guys know. I believe that there is a chance that someone who wrote this is a writer, because you have the elements of that all writers have, and that is lead off with the hook, explain the situation the way it is, go through this and explain down to the rubber meets the road. If you don't have this and have that, once payment is received to Bitcoin address, she will be released. You know how I have been pushing Colorado. And if you can take a look at this and go back and look at that Grand Junction, Colorado, it fits. It fits. This person is a writer. You know why? I have seen real ransom notes before. Real ransom notes, my darlings, are written they are written in a particular way, and that is, I have Nancy Guthrie. Send XYZ in the form of Bitcoin within this much time. Do not call law enforcement. We will be contacting you within 2 hours or however to make sure. If you do not rendezvous, she will be done. You don't go through the rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain. Da, 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 da. You know, this is too lyrical. I saw this and I'm like, oh, this turd is a writer. I know it takes one turd to know a turd. Okay. Because we all go through that thing where we just want to make it so eloquent. And I'm sorry to say, but a real kidnapper, somebody that's not trying to play the part, will write this completely different, in a very demanding way, not in somebody that wants to be so eloquent about it. Do not play games. Law enforcement will not help you. How do you think you know that law enforcement will not help you? Is there some type of inside track that you might have with law enforcement to know that they may not help you? How do you know? That's my question. And the second thing is, you can tell that they're very nervous about getting this money from Savannah. And how did they know that Savannah? Why $4 million? Because Savannah had a contract with Wordle and James Fallon for $4 million. So why $4 million? Why $4 million? Where's that number come from? Why not ask for 10? She's worth 40. But you see, going into this, they are so insecure about all of this right from the word jump that they seriously lost, and the FBI knew it. when they saw this, because I can tell you this right now. They lost their credibility as a serious ransom holder. I have to say it that way. I have to be careful. When they started negotiating with themselves. And that's exactly what they did. 4 million. And who writes USD? You put a $, Nimrod, in front of the 4 million. So somebody there, and I know why, because they wanted to make a distinction between 4 million in cash, possibly, but I doubt it. Because you need to send Bitcoin to an amount. Look, it takes a minute to get that. I know. I have clients that are high net worth. So we're turning back the clock to, this is February 2nd. 6 million USD. And you see they made another mistake. Grammatical error. They put a $sign in front of the 4 million, but then they didn't put a $sign in front of the 6 for the 6 million, but it's all USD. I don't think they would be worried about if it was in euro or USD or the pound or anything else. They're worried about their mother. But you see how this person is already self-negotiating, and they've lost, number one, their credibility, and they've lost their edge. Because look, if we don't get the 4 million by 5, then we're going to increase it to 6. And it needs to pay by, are you kidding me? Look, pal, if you didn't get the money by 5 p.m. on Thursday the 5th, your crack better be on the next whatever it is, out of town, out of state, out of country. Because the moment this was set in, they were hit. And these are the things that I recognize about this. This person, these persons, it was one who wrote the note on behalf of others to one person, and that is Savannah. We're going to keep going. They were trying to set an urgency by saying, oh, she will be receiving her ticket to paradise. Pal, you better be getting your ticket out of town, because now, if you're watching, and maybe you did go out of town, so that is right there, my darlings. Think about this. Once payment is received, are you giving instructions as though someone is applying for a mortgage to buy a house? Once we receive the down payment, we will go to escrow. That's ridiculous. But here's a few little clues. Do not play games. That should be a given. If I had a ransom note come in, and like I said, I've seen some of these that are serious mothers that send these things, and they don't play, so they don't have to put in there, do not play games. Look, what kind of a pansy wuss are you? Do not play games, and law enforcement will not help you. Oh, you frightened me so. Where's my Bitcoin wallet that I can deposit this immediately? Are you joking with us? That's why I saw this and I'm like, wait a minute, is that serious? Is this a joke? But the 12 hours, my darling, is a clue. 12 hours at the deposit to a safe drop-off location back. So she was out of dodge right from the beginning, which I've told them, I've told everybody. There we go. Let's put up ransom note number 2. Now, same writer. I'm just going to tell you, same writer, but now this person, she is describing what seems to be something a little bit more serious. And here comes setting, it's what we call setting the center stage. Pardon me, I need a little bit. So setting the center stage. Guthrie family, now they figured out, we made a mistake. We addressed it to Savannah. Where's Cameron? Where's Annie? Dear Guthrie family, oh, there they are. Thanks. We did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. Who's we? You got a mouse in your pocket? We did not fully grasp. Who talks like that? So you're going to tell me you've got an educated person, like credentialed, educated person who is writing a ransom note? We did not fully grasp. This is an author. We did not fully grasp the seriousness of her physical condition. We never intended to hurt her. That was not our intention. So they've got a double negative, right? Anyway, not a double negative, but listen, we never intended to hurt her. That was not our intention. We already told us that was not your intended, but you didn't. Hello? You weren't an English major. We never intended to hurt her. That was not our intention. She perished shortly after she was taken. You mean the night she was taken before you even carried her out of the house? We, another mouse in the pocket, believe it was heart-related. Don't play with us. Don't play with us. You believe it was heart-related? You have an Apple Watch that has a pacemaker on the floor. You knew who she was, what she was, because you had Googled her, Google trended her, and you had looked for this. I'm going to tell you something. ChatGPT would not have written this. I'll tell you why. It doesn't write that sloppy. We never intended to hurt her. That was not our intention. It would have never done that. Never. There are 2 books on there, honey and Marilyn. It gives you, there's one that says signed and the other one says unsigned. So it gets better. She perished shortly. I'm not making fun of Nancy. I just want you to know this. Not making fun of Nancy, okay? Not making fun of the family, but she perished shortly after she was taken. We believe it was heart-related. Don't play with us. You knew she had a heart condition before you even went there. She is buried in nature now. I'll tell you why. Nothing you could have done could have changed the outcome. Oh, yeah. There could have been a lot that the Guthrie family could have done. And that is, how about just for one thing, taking a look at the family, the family, attaching those cameras to the family phone. And when a little ding came up, they would have already seen that person out front, unless those cameras may have been manipulated for not giving any type of indication whatsoever. We want your family. Who's we? Here's another mouse. Here's another mouse in the pocket. We want your family to know this. I think we already do. We consider ourselves family. We've talked about Nancy now for a full 6 months. If we talk about her anymore, we're going to be inviting a lot of the people to Thanksgiving with us. We want your family to know this and hope you can find peace. If this was me, I would say, there's one piece of me I'm going to be giving to you, pal. We are truly sorry. What? So now you have feelings when you ask for $6 million, $4 million. This is a joke. And the reason I'm acting like I'm upset and frustrated is because I am. This is the most ridiculous thing as far as a ransom note that I have seen in a long time. It is BS. It is BS. And I agree to the terms and conditions. Happy days are here again. I'm going to point something out to you. Do you see where it says, she is buried in nature now? I'll tell you why. These are far from professional kidnappers. These are far from thugs. Thugs kidnap. Thugs abduct for ransom. These people are far from it. I'll tell you why. Pardon me. I'll tell you why. I need a light. Thank you. Let there be light. I'll tell you why she is buried in nature now. And I want you, and I'm probably not saying anything that you all don't know, but look, we're hashing this out. And thanks for being here. Please do me a favor, if you're coming in, put your little DNA. We're going to talk about DNA in a minute, but put your little DNA somewhere. If you're on your mobile, you see this little thing on the right-hand side. If you click on it, it's got hearts and 100% and all that. Just clickety-doo-dah on there. That helps me, and I appreciate it. The reason that you bury someone in nature is because nature takes care of the body for you. Have you ever seen anybody? Well, no, probably not. But, you know, while I was writing my book today, all of this started coming back because, listen, I've seen some things that a 15-year-old girl, well, any girl, any boy, any man, any woman should not see. And thanks to those who put their life on the line every day and who see gruesome things like this, so the reason that she was buried in nature is because nature will go ahead and take care of her. How? Well, whether how can I say this? Decompose bugs, animals, whether you get so many people that are in the desert and in the Colorado River, and it just will not be Teresa, my darling. I wear that. Oh, you look fabulous. I wear what's called the TRI. It's in a red, it's sponge applicator. Use a little bit, I put a little bit on, use a brush, fan it out. I'm 66. I love it. I'm not wearing anything else but from now on because I love it. So there you go. Who's Felicia? Okay, we're moving on. The feds know this because the feds have wrote the book on finding. They have like the I don't look over a day over 75. Do me a favor. And go hose yourself. So now, it is very hard to cremate a body. I want you to, I'm going to set the center stage for you. Pardon me, I got the tickles. Your mother Sarah. Sarah, oh my God, you are so funny. Where is she? Oh my God, that's so rude. Terry, are we ready to fight? Oh my God, you don't have to. I have the power of the moat. And people don't realize that one thing you don't want to do is tick off a psychic. All right. Thank you, Pam. I love you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I don't worry about it. I actually think it's funny because that tells me that they don't know nothing. They don't know nothing. Felicia. Okay. Who knows those things? Writers know those things. Think about this. Think about this. I've written other stories before. They've not been published. I've written other stories that have details. How do you get details? Well, first of all, if you have an ME friend who kind of took you under her wings when you were young, that reminds me of, she's gone now, but she loved she reminds me of Dr. Lapizada. Which hail to the Queen. Bye, Felicia. Thank you. And, oh, you look so beautiful. Look at you. I love those glasses. Thank you. Thank you. That was Felicia. Caregivers, EMTs, fire people. But if you have somebody on, I like to call them my team, because other than that, some of my people are gone now. The detectives and the ME that I loved, that I could just pick up the phone and say, hey, what? But how do you know that? You research. Buried in nature, that person is a writer. I know that. But I guess they didn't look up the part on how to write a ransom note. I mean, this is not funny. It's not okay. It's not funny. You guys can, scold, bad Zelda, scold. Thank you all. Thank you, my darlings. Thank you. Thank you. Kitty A is a poet, but she doesn't know it. But her feet may show it because they are Longfellows. Oh, Zelda, stop.
Stop. Ransom notes for dummies, right? The lip color, my darling, is called Aster. I'll get it close so you can see. It's a real beauty. It's kind of a satin. I don't like real shimmery stuff. So sorry. Yeah, hello. It's that it makes you so nervous that you just have to like kind of laugh a little bit, right? But it's not funny. Bless Nancy. It's not. It's not funny. No. What is that story? We'll get to it, Diane. We'll get to it. Thank you, my darling Ruby. Thank you, all of you. Should we call someone? No. Don't have to. Cliff notes for ransom notes. That's a good one. That's an excellent one. Thank you. Cliff notes for ransom notes. Now, here's the thing, okay? If we don't laugh, we cry, right? Thank you. And listen, I'm just going to tell you all. On this seeing crime stuff, I had to literally on my book here, I had to back up a little because I've got a disclaimer in there. Some of this stuff isn't good. So I had to back up a little. It's not bad language, but it's just telling it like it is. Thank you, guys are wonderful. Now, May Nancy, I don't think I'm gonna tell you what. I'm convinced that ChatGPT did not write those ransom notes. Do you know why? I know AI writing when I see it. That's not it. Certainly not mine. But ChatGPT writes in a certain way that when you start seeing it, you can hear it in your head. That wasn't. We did not intend to hurt her. That was not our intention. That was written by somebody who feels that they are a writer. I can tell you that right now. They didn't have an editor and a proofreader. So there we go. There we go. Unfortunately, it is. Yeah, ChatGPT does remove yeah. AI can be traced, but I'm going to tell you something about AI writing, okay? Which is a huge oxymoron. AI detectors, you know, those ones that you put, oh, is this an AI? Yes, it is. They use AI to distinguish if you're using AI or not. Do you know that I had a manuscript from early, like 2018, 2015, something like that, and put it in there? And it said it was AI. Do you know that they put the Bible in some of that and they said it was AI? Unless they have something about the 12 disciples and all of those people that they're not really telling us, do not trust it. I'm going to tell you this. Listen, I use AI for a lot of things to make sure that my research, first of all, research to make sure that I'm not writing about bull. But there's no way that you can train AI. I could not train AI to talk about like things. When you read my book, you're going to hear my voice. The same with Gregor. When I still read his book. I hear his voice. And that's what a good book is supposed to do for you. But this was not ChatGPT or Claude or any of those. Not at all. Now let's keep going because I got lots to say. Oh no, North Spokane. I used to live up in Elk. Oh, I'm sorry. Sending her good vibes. They should know about Jesus and grilled cheeses. Then they should do. Paige, how do I love you? Let me count the ways. They should understand that Jesus and about grilled cheese. How dare AI? Rapillion, I love you. I believe Nancy was taken to Grand Junction and buried in the Colorado River. It was dry back in February. The river would have been easier to dig than the desert. The river runs now and impossible to locate. Sarah in Schwaken Horror. Jesus and grilled cheese would be great soup kitchen name at a church. Wouldn't it? Wouldn't it though? I got to tell you, let's take a little jog because I'm getting a little, oh gosh. I am sorry to hear about Spokane. Rosebud, I think that's a great thought. But even a writer from the Today Show wouldn't make that mistake. AI wouldn't make that mistake. I was going to tell you something, then I forgot, so we'll keep going. Absolutely, we know exactly. Caregiver, but I'm going to tell you, AI has improved my ability to do research like this. I mean, I have You Know Who and Vale Keep, which has a plethora of books, right? But I don't have time to read them all. I don't have time to do a lot of research. And now even when you Google something, it's all AI that answers. I truly believe, and I'm just going to tell you another thing. There was a book company that wanted Lord Gregor's book. They messed up the editing, and I didn't catch it until later. We fixed it. But I think that sometimes when you're an author and a writer, you get a little, not everybody, but some. And you got to keep, especially when you start getting read, a lot of these writers and booksellers, Barnes and Noble, a lot of these other, Amazon even, they'll kick you out, but they'll put you in their AI detector that is run by Gemini, which is AI, or they have other, which is run by AI. It's hogwash, self-publish. That's what I'm doing. I do not want to be done, period. I think these were not mistakes. I think that they went through, hi, my darling, 7 Pammy. I love that. Watching on TV and have me in tears. No, it's fun, but thank you so much. Sometimes you just got to laugh. You just got to. Editing is tough, even for the best. Our brains fix mistakes. Absolutely. You know how I edit? I'm going to give you a little edit. I'm going to give you a little edit trick. When I went through this book after I found that editor made a mistake. And you know what I said? You should have used AI. You wouldn't have made those mistakes. Pain in the butt. Then I had to do it. So this is what I did when I took Lord Gregor's book. This is what you do. See all my annotations here. You start at the back page and you go backwards. You read it. You start like, okay, Lord Gregor, go forth. If these pages leave you with nothing else, I hope they leave you with the 2 words that have quietly guided my own life. and you read it backwards. That's the only way, because guess what? Our minds, our bodies fill in the blanks. We are the best AIs going. Do you know that? To edit content, find a program that reads what I write out loud and listen to flow, except I can't read, do that. Right. Because especially when you're familiar, your brain just fills it in. Your brain just fills in the blanks. Each and every one of you have the ability to be a writer. I'm just going to tell you that. I trained myself, but as you can see, because I'm a talker, I've got a lot to say. So it's a little easier. It's not like I'm sitting down at a typewriter cold. Bless those people that can do that. I don't do that because I got so much to tell and so much to say, but I guess if I had a fiction or a fantasy story or something like that, it may be hard for me to do. It may be hard for me to do. Let's keep going. Okay. She's a talker. Absolutely. That's how I learned to edit and figure out grammatical. You start backward, and even all of the documents that I proofread for this financial company that I deal with in Canada, I do the same thing. I start at the signatures and go backwards. I have to. Have you ever seen one of those tests that it looks like it just has sporadic, maybe letters and numbers? And it says, if you can read this message, well, that's your brain saying, oh, it's a puzzle. We can fill that in. There you go. Watch what you wish for. Zelda have to laugh. Get through this botch cover up, right? Look at that sweet monkey. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, do you? Yeah, I have to. Yeah. Not all grammar programs takes the writer's voice into an account. I'm horrible at writing and past voice. It's not, but listen, I get into the flow. It's because I know what I want to say. And sometimes I'm just going, you hear that flight of the bumblebee. That's why I don't have nails on right now, because I'm just going at it, because I'm having a great time. But when you get in the flow, you can't stop. So, my darlings, like I said, I have a lot to share with you. This book is going to have, each chapter is a story, and it starts when I'm 15, because that was the first case. And it goes up until maybe, I don't know, 2-3 years ago. But I'm picking the best stories that I have to tell. I've got a lot of stories. Might have to have a volume 2. But right now, I just want to get volume 1 out so you can read it. And because listen, this is not just a serial, right? It's not an episodic. It is, here's chapter 1, that's one story. Here's chapter 2, that's another story. Here's chapter 3, that's another story. And as you get into it, and you'll see how I learned. You'll see, with the help of my grandparents, how I learned a lot of investigative things, but a lot of it came natural. So there we go. All right, so let's get going. I'm the one saying, oh, we have to go, and I keep talking. Here we are. Thank you, each and every one of you. All right. Give me a second. I've got to look at my notes. So we already looked at the media release. The second thing is, over the past 48 hours, I'm going to call it that, because who knows? I don't have a clock. First of all, do you know there is no such thing as time? We live, and anyway, we'll talk about that. He now has said no one is cleared. Nanos says no one is cleared. No one has been cleared. That's what I have been saying a long time, Nanos. You don't have the power. He can say that they're cleared, but he does not have the power. Nobody has been arrested. I suppose he can say that somebody's been cleared if he wants. Usually it is a prosecutor or DOJ that says that they're cleared before they are really cleared. Oh, here comes a thing. I know it. I'm doing this and my camera's going to pick that up. Hot Cheeto girl. What? I should have done that to Felicia. All right. So we talked about the ransom notes. But here's the other thing. I'm glad I wrote my notes because I've got to tell you this. Give me a second. I want to find this. She is safe, but scared. This was the second, and they didn't get any response. So then they came back with the other one on the 5th, I think. But we have your mother, Nancy. Hold on. There is something here that I know I made a tape. It's not the ransom note. Let me back up. It's in this last page of this media release. And it is not too late to come forward. Regardless of how insignificant you think the information may be, or whether you think we are already aware, please contact us. In a way, and in essence, they are saying, do the right thing. I'm going to fix that, Angie. We're going to fix it. I contacted Mrs. Marie to come in here, but I'll tell her tomorrow, and we'll talk about it Monday night too. Okay, because we put it up, and I think it has something to do with the shop itself because it's a pre-order. So we'll fix it. Don't worry, we'll fix it. Thank you so much. So basically, the media release, here we are, is saying it's not too late to come forward. It's not too late to do the right thing. Savannah is saying essentially the same thing. It's not too late. Do the right thing. Now, I'm going to tell you, if I were the king of the forest, hold on, incoming, look out, here's a sound that's coming. And 3, 2, 1. FBI, open up! Thank you. If I were on a team, the first thing that I would do, if I were in the bureau, or if I were on the department, the first thing that I would do is say, they know who did it. Savannah Guthrie acts as though she knows who did it. The Pima County Sheriff acts as though they know who did it. When you when you speak in that, I call it being general specific. Does that make sense? General specific. When you talk in generalities, but you're being specific to someone, it's not too late. Do the right thing. Now, how many times have I said this in my readings where I have that one particular card? Wait, I'll grab it for you. Nothing like disappearing off camera, Zell. Right? It's been 6 months. I know you remember this. This card has come up many, many times in our 6 months of being together. Do the right thing. Sorry about that, because it's got green and blue and it picks it up. There you go. I think you can see that. Do the right thing. They know. In my opinion, now I've not talked with anybody except on one thing, but in my opinion, they know. In my opinion, they know. Now there's another part in here that I want to share with you. Oops, wrong thing. Don't, Kitty, it's okay. Listen, sometimes Nightbot just, let me see where that is again. Third paragraph. Investigators continue to pursue every available technological and investigative lead. Here it comes. However, community members remain a vital source as we seek to provide answers for Nancy's family. However, community members remain a vital resource as we seek to prove answers for Nancy's family. Now, here it comes. Thank you, my darling. Thank you, thank you. Ruby, thank you. I appreciate you, darling. I was told, and I have to say I don't know if it's fact, but I was told that when the Bureau was going around the neighborhood of TNA, every time I say that, I think of that Broadway show. Oh, okay, ever mind. That they were asking the community members if they saw TNA tossing anything out that was out of the norm. Okay. Thank you. There's Mrs. Marie. Hello. Okay. We only had a few. It said limited availability for the signed copy. If you want a signed copy, hang in there, wait, because when the book comes out, we'll see how many have, okay? We'll see how many's going. So thank you so much. That's what happened. You have to just kind of like, and remember that price includes shipping and handling. And our lovely post office has a shipping and then wrapping it and all these other things. And then there's tax. There's tax 2 or 3 times on it. And you should be getting a packing slip. I don't know. We're melding through this. So if something's just whatever, it's going to be okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Mrs. Marie, for coming in and another mystery solved. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Good night. No, sorry. All right, here we go. Let's get back. Thank you, Mrs. Marie. Thank you. So the fact that they're looking around and they're asking about TNA, tossing, throwing out, getting rid of, anything in any ravine, anything in anything. I also heard they used luminol in TNA's house. Just a little tidbit of information. When luminol is not available, you can get a device that says that is black light. A certain black light will pick up those types of stains. Okay. I think you're right, Angel. Angela. I called you Angel there because it looked like an angel. But Angela, if this all stems back to the island guy, it may not be as easy as what we think. Yep. Now, how does that stem back if somebody else was involved? Okay, it's the ordered book, but if you are a member would you consider doing LZ initials in the book? Oh, honey, I don't. Here's how that works. When you place an order into the shop, it goes directly to the publisher, and they print it and they directly send it to you. It should have my production, everything else. Who knows? Don't pay attention to the man behind the green curtain, as long as you get the book. And we've been working through that over the last couple of days. But in order to get a signed copy, that's why we had a limited availability, because we have to order them. They have to ship to me first. I sign them, and then I ship them out to you. So it's a process. It's a minute. Oh, yeah, dear God in heaven, I don't stay in hotel. Oh, yeah. So thank you so much. Still wonder why they were searching. Well, because the only boss I am is the boss of the applesauce. Mrs. Marie knows that. So there we go. Can we send it to you to have you sign? Oh, Frankie, my darling. Maybe when we get to all of that, we'll discuss. We'll talk about all that. Okay, we'll talk about it all. We're going to make more signed copies available. Okay, so that's why the price went up on that, because it has to come to me and then I have to send it out. So that's, but listen, it'll be worth it. This will be a book that you're going to want to take a weekend, prop yourself up, turn off all your devices, get all your snacks, maybe even put a bedpan. Get out Depends. So you don't have to move. Because today it was like, oh shoot, I can't even go to the bathroom. I gotta fit it, right? I sat over this book today, laughed, cried, and thought, who does this when you're 15 and 17? Me. Okay. I'm going to wait then, because I wanted a signed copy and I didn't know there was a limit. Well, we limited them because, quite frankly, I just didn't know if they were going to be popular. And that's why. I just didn't know. And if I'll talk to Mrs. Marie, we may raise that bar. And I'll let you know Monday night on the live at the still case. Just remember to come over to the still case, my darlings, and we'll see what's going on there. I'll wait to sign. Okay, my darling. The song, right? That's what it was. Right? Yeah. Yeah. All right, my darling. Well, just hang in there. I'll let you know if we raise the bar on those. Yeah, they didn't pick up a lot of things. Here's the oxymoron on this. Here's the other oxymoron. They want you to call in, and then when you call the call center, they act like they don't want you to talk to you. And they act like Yeah, I'm going to tell you what this reminds me of. There was a case that it was a prominent little boy, and I'm not going to name him because it was horrible. It was a horrible situation. It was very horrible. And when he was found, and quite frankly, the media had kidnappers from somebody coming in, and they did not ask for ransom money. He was out playing and was taken. And it was heartbreaking. And the media, the mainstream media, if we would have had YouTube back then, different story. Mainstream or stream media, whichever, blew this completely out of the proportion. They had this little boy all over the place. I got called in and called the father, and the mother wouldn't speak to me. And I understand why. And the father was a very nice man. And he said, look, we just want somebody to get serious about this. And we don't know who to believe. And I told him, I said, well, you can believe that he's close to home. He said, no, I don't think so. I said, I think so. He's close to home. He's closer than what you think. I said, in fact, he's so close that if he reached out right now, he might even knock on your front door. He said, do you think I need to take off work? I said, listen, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but if that was my little boy, I'd be out scratching the earth looking for him. And he said, I want you to know how many psychics we have had call my house, to the point where we hear, I'm a psychic, and we hang up. I said, I agree. Because I am still in the mindset of you never reach out. And it's so funny because I see some people in the Book of Faces that's in a group of somebody that stole my picture. It's an old one and has a WhatsApp number. And people are mad at me. Zelda, why aren't you answering me? This is just crazy. You have a group. And finally I went in there and said, I'm not answering you because it's not me. Because I will never reach out to you for readings. I will never reach out to you. That is kind of the law of the land. When you're needed, you will be contacted. And I was. The moral of the story, and I'm not going to put this one in the book because it's very hurtful and the details are horrendous. But the moral of the story was this. I told the man, I said, he is close. Is he alive? No. How could he be close? He's close to you. That's all I know. He's close. It was about, had to be 40 years ago. I think. Maybe 38, something like that. The next thing you know, he said, okay. And I said, if you want me, here's my number. And I'm not going to call you. And he said, okay. Next thing you know, it was about, hi, my darling. No, there wasn't a limited time. It was limited availability. We only set a certain amount of books available because I didn't know if any, you don't want to set aside books. You pay for printing. So I didn't want to have all these books. Hello, welcome to my library. They're all my books, right? I didn't want to do that. So we'll raise the bar, I'm sure. But anyway, it was about 2.5 or 3 weeks later, I get a phone call. Now, this was the day before social media, didn't have text, didn't have cell phones, it was a landline. And it was this man. And he said, we found him. And I said, really? And he said, yeah. He was close to home. He was not taken anywhere except that we figure that he was buried that night. And literally not in their front yard, but they were in an area that had fields, and there was probably like 2 acres in front of their home that they had a long lane come through. And, back then cameras weren't the thing or something. They lived in a rural very rural area. And sadly, yeah, well, my darling, it wasn't me because I don't deal with WhatsApp. I don't know when you got it, but WhatsApp is, and it belongs to the Book of Faces person. I don't deal with WhatsApp. I don't have it on my phone. I won't. But they found him and he was right in the front yard. And he had been buried there for a long time. So it was very sad. But the point of it is the calls got so much that they just started to not even pay attention. They didn't pay attention. They didn't, and when they heard it was another psychic, when it was a psychic, they would just hang up. Can you blame them? I don't blame them. And I'm sorry to say, psychics give my industry, that I like to say, a very bad name sometimes. There's a lot of very good ones out there, and I've been to some very good psychics because it's hard for people to read for me. But I mean, right now I don't need a reading, haven't in a long time. But if I needed to, people who take advantage like that make me want to take Lady Z's broom, right? 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 Exactly. Now, here's what I want to say. Hi there, my darlings. Thank you for saying this because you are so correct. Thank you, Chimmy, my darling. And by the way, hi there, my darling. If you haven't been over to Chimmy's live stream, talk about a creative young lady. I've visited her live stream. Lord Gregor has visited her live stream. It is so much fun. She talks about makeup. And creative. She does these creative drawings and go follow her. She's usually live on Friday nights at 8 p.m. unless otherwise notified. So when you subscribe, you go to click on the notification bell and you hit all. And you are welcome so much. You are so welcome. She is adorable. There we go. Chimmy Speaks, Friday night, 8 p.m. And if you just love to go there and you just love to it's like people just getting together and chat. And she just chats just like we are right now. But she does art and she cooks. And I'm going to give you a little hint. When the cookbook comes out, my cookbook, Lady Zelda Cooks from the Hearth, we are going to be getting together with Miss Chimmy, and she's going to go through it and make some of the recipes. So I don't want you to miss her streams. So yeah, I guess I better hurry my crack up and get that book out, right? So there you go. Hi there, my darling. Welcome. And get there. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can't wait for that day. Me too. Me too. I'm locating good ingredients. Thank you so much. Okay, back to life, back to reality. All right, here we are. There we are, my darlings. Dear Wendy, yes. Now, let me look over my notes because there was a lot that I wanted to talk to you about. Now, let's talk about the DNA. And many of you have probably, it is an amazing community, but you know what makes it amazing is you guys. You guys make it amazing. Won't that be fun? That'll be amazing. I can't wait. I cannot wait. But I think Savannah knows. Back to life here. We're going to whirl back here. I think Savannah knows. I think they all know. I think they're giving because think about this touching. Now, this is my, and I could be very wrong, and I'm just going to say this. It is a thought of mine. Let's say this. It is a thought. What if, sort of, kind of, maybe, supposedly, allegedly, you had a family member that did this? Thank you. I already feel blessed, and with your blessing, I'm even more blessed. Thank you so much, my darling. But what if, hypothetically now, what if you had a family member that you knew did something, but you love that family member, but you know that you've got another family member who's older, and you're trying to justify all this in your brain because you have a family member that has kids or a child or a home or a career or family, and it may have been an accident. And you know that they've written all of this crazy, nutty stuff because possibly, maybe, sorta. But think about this. Think about, what if you're wealthy? What if you're very well known? What if you are a celebrity? What happens to you? What happens to your career? Think about it. It's not so easy. Yes, it should feel black and white. It should be very black and white. But, my darlings, the real thugs of the world don't write ransom notes like these. They just don't. This is something that probably would have been in a Hitchcock movie. I gotta tell you this. One of my favorite movies, here we go. Zelda goes back to the 150 years ago, is called Suspicion. It's with Joan Fontaine, who I just loved and adored, and Cary Grant, who spoke, and this transatlantic, that's the accent, Hollywood accent back in the day. Katharine Hepburn and Cary Grant and many others spoke in this transatlantic, it's not British, it's transatlantic accent. You're taught to speak that way. You just drag it out just because perhaps you have so much money. But there's one scene in that film that I just adore. And Joan Fontaine and Cary Grant, I wish I could play it right here for you because I would, but hello. Joan Fontaine and Cary Grant, you're born in the 1900s. Thank you. That's when the stars were the best, right? When they were invited to this socialite's dinner party, and her brother from a different mother. No, it was just a little dinner party get together. But I love this because I'm going to tell you, they had this dinner party, and I always wanted to do this, but they had this dinner party in this room that looked almost like a library, books all over. It wasn't pretentious. It was very cozy. And this table was set. You could just imagine. And then the first thing was, it was dark, set the mood, center stage, mystery, intrigue, candlelight, and they were just coming to the end of their meal. And Cary Grant was saying something about poisoning and asked about, I believe it was a certain something. And the brother of the socialite had the funniest look on his face because Cary Grant asked the questions that he shouldn't have asked. And it made his wife, Joan Fontaine, suspicious because one of their friends had. It is so intriguing that I invite you to watch it. It's called Suspicion. Cary Grant, Joan Fontaine. And you know, they were going to change the end of that. They were going to have it at the end where Cary Grant unalived Joan Fontaine, and he said, no, I can't because I could never live with myself, and it would ruin his career. He did The Bishop's Wife. He sure did. So anyway, think about this. You're very well known. You're all over the media. Now, imagine if you had a family member that the Bureau and the department found that possibly could be your sister or whomever, somebody, a family member that you knew. And all of a sudden it just popped up in the middle of something, somewhere, somehow. And just think about that. It would not only ruin them, but it would ruin you, because it seems like you may be the breadwinner of the family. It should be that very black and white. But when you think of it for yourself, there seems to be a very wide gray gap. Because I'm just going to be honest with you. Human nature would make you sit back and think, what am I going to do? I got kids. They're going to be forever harassed. And giving somebody in your family the grace and the opportunity to come forward makes you look better in some way, somehow. I don't know. And it could be fiction. What I think, well, let's move on because I've got notes. Hello. Okay. Let me see a second. Because I'm going to tell you something, my darlings. People, remember this. People that are under pressure reveal more through their behavior than they do in words. People that are under pressure reveal more through their behavior than they do in their words. Excuse me, somebody's walking through. That because actions speak louder than words. And why did Savannah come back on at a time? Think about this. Nanos had another interview. Think about this. He said, no one has been cleared. Then they come out and say, well, the DNA Wasn't anybody that was a suspect. Wasn't anybody, it was just a nothing burger. Well, you don't have to be psychic nanos to know that we know that too. But I wonder, was that to buy time? Because now all of a sudden, two family members are, who knows where they are? Italy, who knows? And then Cameron, we never hear about. And Cameron is the one who pretty much told Savannah, who admitted in front of Huda, who'd have known that. Good night, Susan. Thank you so much for being here. But admitted that Cameron came to her and said, no, it's you. It's because of you. But Cameron has kept still. You don't hear anything from Cameron or even his family. Nothing. You hear nothing. They want to disappear into the night. This is so infuriating, but it's very, very sad. Would I want to be in Savannah's shoes? No. The next time you start thinking that, I used to have a friend who would wake up every morning to some disaster. Didn't matter. You could ask her to pick one and she'd have it. And the first thing she would do is call me and say, well, my life is crap. Dang it to hell. Now, it was a little bit more rough than that. But I got to the point where I didn't take her call because it was that. So that is a very disturbing thing to think of. And imagine she wakes up, she goes to bed with that thought and wakes up with that thought. Now, I want to talk to you for a minute about the DNA. And while I'm talking about DNA, could you please do me a favor and put your DNA, my darlings? I know you got some. Shh, don't tell anybody. I know you got some. We all do. I got something to tell you about DNA. Got something to tell you about DNA. Notes. And I want to thank you all for sending me the journals because I couldn't do it without you. Because as I'm writing, I sit down, I do my research. I have my napkins, I have a drink, I have a deck of cards, and I'll sit here and I'll do research. And then I'm typing like a nutcase. All right. First of all, we're going to take a little jog here for a second. We're going to do another little lesson and we're going to take a little jog. Wait a minute. Has this gotten too heavy? Should we do a little dance? Do a little dance. Get down tonight. Should we do it? Should we do a little dance? Should we? Should we do a little dance? Put a 1 in the chat. Speaking of writing, your handwriting makes me envious, Lady Zelda. Oh, listen. If you should have seen my grandmother. My grandmother, just for something that would sit in her chair and write all day long in her journal the names of all the states, the capitals of all the states. But that's when we didn't have whatever. Okay, listen, I need a minute. When we get back, we're going to dance. I'm going to put on, I'm just going to be a minute. Okay, so hang in there and I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay, my darlings. I didn't. Okay. Okay. So here we go. We're going to get ready to dance. Let me see. Did I miss anything? Felicia's not back, is she? No. She better not be. Okay. Here we go. We're going to dance. This is the long one. So we're going to blow off all this steam, and then we got more to talk about, more to say. Get ready. Adjust your sound, please, because here we go. Woo! I don't care who you were. If you were watching, you were dancing. And if you weren't dancing, you were tapping. I know you. I know you. Hi, whole family. I know you. Okay, I got some cool stuff to tell you. Thank you, my darling, for the jewels. We're going to go through that too. We're going to do this I want to tell you something more. Thank you, Terry. It was good. I got to give you a little hint. Every day I listen to Ring My Bell and I do the hustle. You remember the hustle? Dun 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 dun. I need a disco ball. I will make one. You will see one next week when we go live again. I will make a disco ball. Consider the order fulfilled. There you go. I love that, right? You are, oh, darling. No, listen, I have my days. Listen, don't you worry. I sing it all to the lights. I went to that. Yes. I love it. The night is young, and so are possibilities. So come on and let yourself be free. You can ring my bell, ding dong, ring dong ding. And I'll probably get copyrighted for that. I better stop. Okay, here we go. There you go. Manifesting and healing. Hi there, Mikey. Dear Lady Zelda, I'm usually a lurker, but tonight I just had to say how much I enjoy all your channels. I never miss one. Oh, that's so kind. Thank you. Thank you. Those were the good old days when we could just get out there and here we are, solving crimes and dancing. What else is there? I don't think the video is buffering, darling. You may have to, if it is, somebody tell me, but you may have to restart your browser or something. Yes. When the moon is in the 7th house and Jupiter aligns with Mars, then peace will guide the planet. And love will stare the stars. This is a morning. Okay, there we go. All right, I've got my mind on DNA. Here we are. We need a name for our group. Yeah. The chair. Oh, now I'm done, lady. Oh, right. I love it. Thank you, my darling. Crime Stoppers and Floor Stompers. Oh my gosh, I love it. I used to go around and I'll tell you what, I used to love Marilyn McCoo when she would sing that last night I didn't get to sleep at all. No, I laid awake and watched until the morning light. I love that song. I would continue, but the Tube of Views copyright dingers are out. My husband was in the checkout line earlier tonight, and the lady in front of him said, I have to hurry up and get home because Lady Zelda's coming on. I love it. Thank you. I love it. Lady Zelda and her Rottweilers. Oh my gosh, I love it. You guys, I love it. One less egg to fry, one less man to pick up after. I should be happy, but all I do is cry. I love her. Bless her. I saw her on stage not too long ago. Girl's getting up there, but she's got that voice. I always loved that lower voice torch singer, you know, the lady that laid on the piano and could just belt it out. I grew up with. Oh, my darling, right? Well, I'm from the 1900s, so we all know. Okay, speaking about Jupiter, I think that Savannah released. Oh, hello, my darling. I think Savannah released her latest plea last Monday because her astrologer recommended her time to release it before Sunday conjunct Jupiter for plus publicity. I couldn't hardly say it. Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you. Those were some great times. Listen. And listen to all the grandkids out there. We were the coolest generations. I mean, your grandparents were cool. And I'm talking to the kids, my grandparents, because I did nothing but wear mini skirts and bell bottoms. Hello, something I certainly wouldn't do now. No, the mini skirt. Oh gosh. This is the dawning of the age. I love it. Tony Tennille. Oh, right. Bless her. She had a hard time with that captain. Boy, he turned out to be something else. Why do the great ones have to die, right? I agree. I agree. Yep, I was in 78, my darling. I graduated in 78. Lady Jenny in the yeah, right? Oh, look at, oh my gosh, that profile picture. I love it. There's one I think we can sing. We must all be new age groupies. Zeldanites. Oh, there you go. The Zeldanauts. David Cassidy. I was listening to Sean Cassidy today. Shaka Khan. I listen to. I'm in here ripping it out all the time. My son will walk by and he's like, I can't help it. Listen, I grew up with Soul Train and was proud of it. Do you remember Soul Train? I know you do. The Soul Train. Peace, love, and soul. Right? I loved it. I loved it. We grew up listening to that stuff. There we go. Nights in white satin. Right. Oh, that does remind me of that. Never reaching the... I love that song. I have to be careful. So I'll start singing these songs and I'll get in trouble. There is one. American Bandstand and Soul Train. Saturdays. My life. I would have my friends over on Saturday. And the moment Soul Train, and even my mother would come in and we would get down. Right? American Bandstand was for sissies. Yeah. Caesar and Cleo. Oh, I sure do. Dick Clark. Oh, my goodness. Oh, Chimmy, you would have fit right in. You would have been, girl. I would have. I saw one of my classmates the other day, and she, for a long time, we talk. And she's like, Zelda, you look like you did when you were 17. Now, let's not get too generous. Yes, I did hear about Idaho. And listen, can we get a time machine, please? Listen, I would go back. Seriously, if I could take my son with me. My son can dance. He can sing. He's a chip off the old block. Thank you so much for all of your DNA. Let's get back on track because I want to get this part out. Foreigner, I've been waiting for a girl like you to come into my life. You want to know my latest thing? And LG thinks, he just grins. I watch K-pop love stories. You know why? Because I love the musical scores. If you go on Netflix, some of these now you have to get caption, closed caption, but I don't mind that. Listen, everybody was hot after David Cassidy, not me. I was a Bobby Sherman, and we had to come home from church on Sunday early so I could see the bluest skies you ever seen are in Seattle. So there you go. Boston. More than a feeling when I hear that old song, babe. Right, hello. If we ever went on a road trip, I would be the first one in the front seat, belting out all the songs. Can't get better than Aretha. Oh, yeah. Love Bobby Sherman. Please. Yes. Yes. Journey. Listen, Steve Perry. Okay. All right. Oh, well, we're moving on up to the east side. I'm doing this on purpose, okay? To a deluxe apartment in the sky. I'm moving on up to the east side. Finally got a piece of the pie. Fish don't fry in the kitchen. Bees don't burn on the grill. It took a whole lot of trying just to get up that hill. Now we're up in the big leagues, getting our turn at best. I'm messing it up, okay? As long as we live, it's you and me, baby, and there ain't nothing wrong with that. Oh, well, we're moving on up to the east side, to a deluxe apartment in the sky. I'm moving on up to the east side. We finally got a piece of the pie. Yeah. All right, that's enough. Let's get back to it. DNA. I want to talk about the DNA. Patsy Cline. Oh boy. I was in 2 of the Patsy Cline shows. One was in Cincinnati, and well, one was outside of Cincinnati, one was in Cincinnati. I played Patsy Cline in those. Do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where are you going to? Do you know? Once we were standing still in time. Let's go. All right, here we are. The DNA. We got to get to it. I'll be here singing all night. And then I'll get decomposited. And we don't want to do that. Did Zelda have anything special left or just singing? Well, I have something special. So I want to talk about the DNA just a minute. Now, DNA, we're going to take a side trip here because I really, this is something I want you to really think about. DNA, first of all, I want you to know that we have 37 trillion cells in our body. 37 trillion cells. And they turn over every 7 years. Now, DNA, I want to talk about DNA. There is a hidden message in DNA. And each one of the people that have been created that are on Earth, buried and about to come into Earth, there is oh boy, Donna, I sang that song too. But the DNA is important right now because I think this is something that makes this kind of come home. They're all sleeping. All the little puppies are sleeping. Give me a second.
Okay.
There is a hidden message in our DNA. The hidden message, now you may want to write this down.
Might want to write this down so you don't forget.
The hidden message in the DNA is based on 4 repeating nucleic acids. 4 repeating nucleic acids. They are called A, T as in Tom, C as in cat, G as in George. The DNA came back inconclusive. They were looking for particular people, and they didn't get it. And to me, I think that that was just a time thing. Now, researchers back in the day wanted to know, because these 4 nucleic acids are in all of our DNA. Can't get away from it. They're in all of us. So someone had the bright idea to put this through a Hebrew translator. The Hebrew translator came up with the number 10, the number 5, the number 6, and the number 5. For everybody, all walks of life, race, creed, and color, everyone has the same DNA. Those numbers translate into the Hebrew letters Yod, Y-A-D. 5 is H-E. 6 is V, Vav, or 5 is He. It means Yahweh, Y-H-W-H. It's the same as the name that was on the cross at the crucifixion, is what is in the DNA. It also translates to God eternal within the body. Here's the thing. If you put the letters, instead of horizontal, you put them perpendicular, they translate to be Y would be the head, H is the torso, W is the arms, and H is the legs. Yahweh. Every artist signs their masterpieces. Something you can never get a hold of. You can never, something you can never not get a hold of. In every strand of DNA, to me, that is just amazing. That you have this. You can look it up, it'll tell you. I'm not feeding you anything that, whatever. So I want you to think about this now as we think about people who are getting their DNA tested. Because your DNA doesn't change. You may want to change your body, your mind, your looks. You could try to change anything about you. But your DNA is a particular, one-of-a-kind fingerprint that has the signature of Yahweh. And that is amazing. So think now, and believe me, these labs, Quantico, Florida, all these other labs, these labs know this. You can talk to them about the 4 repeating nucleics. And it is what they use to determine how the strands connect to other people, or if they don't. familia DNA carries that same, the 4 repeating nucleus. It covers the same as the signature of Yahweh, but there's something that connects each and every person. Now, when I heard today, God within us. When I heard today, we can't write about that on here, honey, because I have to delete that. I'm so sorry, honey, because things like that are still touchy around here. Yeah, see, there you go. DNA, when I spoke to my own ME, I'm going to tell you something. I wanted to literally be an ME, a forensic medical examiner, and I couldn't hack it. I couldn't. She would invite me in to sometimes to, maybe observe or to see something afterward. And I couldn't. I did not have the wherewithal. It wasn't what I was supposed to be doing. But she taught me so much stuff. Let me turn this light off. She taught me so much, my darlings. Gosh, this had to be in the 70s, late 70s, early 80s. I'll never forget her. She was an inspiration and ahead of her time. And she would always say, there's a marker in DNA. Someday we will have DNA. There's a marker in DNA. Someday we will have a marker. And we do. So as we go into this now, I'm thinking, now what? Now what? No DNA, no viable evidence that they're telling us about. We have a sheriff who loves to talk about his little fruit salad constantly, sort of, kind of, maybe all the time. And yet we're left with nothing. We seriously are left with nothing. So I have to sit and ask myself, I love that, my darling, cybersecurity for Universal Medical Center. He knows the gig. The DNA, see, this is why I wish that they could at least find a bit of Nancy, because you would be amazed at what an ME can do for an investigation like this. And to me, they are the backbone of a lot of these cases. Think of the Karen Reed case. If it weren't for those ladies, the ladies of the medical examiner's office all across the country who came in and knows their stuff, if it weren't for that, imagine. Oh, you know what? It's okay, Michelle. I have to laugh. I just have to laugh. I do too. But I'm going to tell you something. I don't think they will. Dr. La Posada, she really was something else. And the dog bite doctor. Oh my gosh, do I love her. I loved all of them. They stood up to the prosecutors and they could not be bought. Amen. Amen. Think about that. Those MEs in the Karen Reed case stood up to the prosecution. That condescending Jack Heine, and they could not be bought. Wow. Wow. Just wow. Dr. Russell. It's Dr. Russell, was the dog bite doctor. I loved her. She was another one. I remember how she was so insulted. Do you remember this? How she was sitting on the stand and this dude who likes to call himself, in fact, let me see if I have a little something we can commemorate him by. I remember give me a second. I have a little something. Look at this. That's the law office there in Canton of Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe. That's one I made up, yes. Imagine the gasp that was heard around the world when Hank Brennan, he was special all right, special prosecutor, the ringer. The only thing he rang was the bell of the county's checkbook. And that, wow, that's amazing. See? And you would not imagine how important an ME is. I mean, we can have tarot profilers, we can have bureau profilers, county profilers, all these other things. I would love to hear from an ME. That's what I would love to hear. They're used to patterns. Because guess what? Every case, whether there's a body or not, has a pattern. What we have seen tonight in these ridiculous ransom letters, ransom emails, is a pattern. Nothing you can get away from it. Nothing. And I wish someone would come on, because look, we have all kinds of experts and I love them all. I watch them. But I'm going to say sometimes you just have to sit out here like this. And it just cracks me up because, you know, I learned a long time ago to do the social media target where you start with Nancy in the middle and then you spend outward. Okay, this one knows this and this is knows this and this and knows this. It's something that becomes, when your brain starts thinking that way, it's hard to not think that way. I am convinced, beyond a shadow of a doubt, I am convinced that this was no abductor except someone who was close and knew Nancy and who was an author. They are a writer. And not a very good one. Because this is a mistake that Chat GPT and AI will not make. And that is, we will be holding her for maximum of 7 days. Wrong one, Zelda. Get it together. Here we are. Hello. Yes, erase that. Don't pay attention to the man behind the green curtain. We never intended to hurt her. That was not our intention. Is that an oxymoron? Hello? That's craziness. But that is a wannabe writer. That is someone who thinks, because there's several types of writers. There's fiction, there's fantasy, there's an education writer, there's a memoir writer, that's me right now. There's someone who writes crime content, fantasy content. The list goes on and on. But this particular writer is a sonnet writer who writes in rhythms, who writes in a pattern. Think about that. If you took the writing in this, and you put it in the form of a sonnet, it would match up as a sonnet. Then you could put it into Chat GPT and say, this is a sonnet. Who wrote this? It was definitely someone who knew, in my opinion, and who thought of themselves as a writer. They might be. Look at it this way. They're not published, but they sure are famous. Oh, they're now a famous writer. Porch Guy. Do I believe Porch Guy is not around? He was a throwaway. He did the front work. He was probably told he was going to be doing something, and he did it, and then, boom, he's gone. He's a liability. And then remember, we had all these other little TMZ notes and all this other stuff. Stop. Stop it. Who do you think we are? This is no professional, in my opinion. This is just somebody who's wannabe. This is not anyone who has any experience in doing this at all. That's how and why you can tell it was someone who was close to Nancy. I believe that they know who did it. I believe that they are very close, and I believe they are waiting for that window. That's what I believe. I don't believe the Porch Guy was Tommaso. And I'll tell you why. Because he had to have an alibi somewhere else. He knew. Why do you listen? That we've all been gaslit. That Porch Guy was put in place to do that on purpose and to put all that stuff in front of the camera and everything else. So we weren't paying attention to what was going on back here. Most likely, camera in the home, most likely signaling to somebody else who's in the home, and now that footage could have been missing and or manipulated or gone. The fact that they're brave enough here to say, oh, did you, Barbara? Good. The fact that I will announce it when it's technically released, and then we're just going to go like gangbusters and get it over to you guys. Okay. And again, for those of you who have ordered a signed copy, remember, when I'm finished, I send my proof up to the printer. They print it. Then I will have XYZ sent to me. I will sign, and then I will send them out to you guys. Okay. So there you go. Now, here's the thing. In this particular ransom note, she is safe, but she's scared. Nobody who takes somebody's going to write that. That's a given, you dork. You're a writer. You want to be John Grisham. Stop it. You're not. If you want to know how this works out, contact John Grisham. He'll tell you. She is safe, but she's scared. She will be held for ransom, and once payment is received, nobody writes like that. No, I don't. We don't really share other channels here. Thank you for understanding. She will be held for ransom, and once payment received, she will be released unharmed. Stop gaslighting us. Where are you, Pima County? You can't tell us that you can't trace this IP address. Your mother is aware of this. What are you writing? A sonnet? What are you writing? Your mother is aware of this. Oh, good. Good. Why, whoever you are, why didn't you put Annie and Cameron on there as well? Why is it just Dear Savannah? Why didn't you put Mark Kelly? Why didn't you put Dear Sheriff? This is my favorite part. Do not play games. Oh, shoot. I was just going to start playing euchre. I'll play poker. Okay, never mind. The ransom note told us not to. Law enforcement will not help you. Well, are they going to help you? That's the question. Law enforcement won't help you, but are they going to help you? Whomever wrote this note. Holy moly. That sounds like somebody who's just, is this somebody that's got your back? Read this email, this ransom email, and then I want you to think this. I want you to think about, would they have your back? That's why the porch guy is not around. This is not a guy that these people, they're just wusses. Will be held, right? Is being held. She will be held for ransom. Well, I thought she's already being held. I know what they're trying to say. They're trying to say she's being held, but she's being held for ransom. That's the point of this note. That's what they're trying to say. We will be holding her for a maximum of 7 days. Who writes that? A maximum. Sounds like you're ordering something from Amazon. We will be holding this for a maximum of 7 days. If you don't remit your Bitcoin, she will be fed to the fishes. Sorry, I don't mean to make light of that, but that's just not. Whatever. But remember, my dear sweethearts, if she is not returned, right? But if you pay, once payment is received, this isn't a ransom, it's a collection agency. That's what this is. This is not a real email. This is from a collection agency. If we have not received your payment by 5 p.m., what? By 5 p.m. on Monday the 9th, she will be killed. Then we have, this is my favorite part, once the payment is received to the Bitcoin address, she will be released within 12 hours of deposit. See, here's the thing that makes me think about this. Don't you want to verify that deposit? Because sometimes Bitcoin can be pulled back. She will be, once we have received it, she will be released within 12 hours of the deposit to a safe drop-off location back in Tucson. So you told us, so now you're telling us, pal, you took her 12 hours, probably to the north. And that's why the sheriff, I was told by this attorney who knows this, the sheriff put out a BOLO alert in Grand Junction for 2 vehicles. And one looked like a Ford Ranger, a small pickup truck that was black. Another one was a white van that someone saw on a side road by Delta in a very suspicious area. And from my understanding, I don't know what happened. I contacted the lawyer and he said he's called the Bureau 3 times and they've not called him back. That tells me that's why something else is going on here. And that's why, to me, I think Nancy knows who's involved because they got involved with the wrong people. This is a collection agency email. It is not a whatever. You're very welcome, my darling. There. You're very welcome, my darling. It really does sound like, yep. But I got to tell you this. They wanted to cover it up. You know why? Who's USD, right? You know why? Because she was already gone. She was already gone, and they tried to get the money out of Savannah immediately. They probably would have put her in a park somewhere. Bye, Grandma. Sorry, I'm not being flip about this. It's horrible. It's disgusting. But this is from this criminal's perspective. Let's write a ransom note that reads like a collection agency. And I'm a writer. I can do it. Oh, heck. What? I wrote poetry, and you already know what I'm thinking. Of course I do, my darling. You're thinking out loud what I can't say. There's a white van behind Home Depot. It's the Google Maps state, right? And then I went back to Google Trends and tried to pull up what I showed you, and I have that already in video. You see it. Google Trends, Nancy, Grand Junction, Colorado, zing, spikes, January 11th. And when was that picture or that photograph taken of that dork standing outside of Nancy's home? But you see, I don't blame them. Here's why. I blame, if that wasn't related, yes. Then I blame the caretakers of Nancy Guthrie. They knew she had a camera. She said she wanted a camera to see wildlife outside of the home. Well, they saw wildlife all right. And at this particular moment, my darlings, nobody seems to want to pay attention that they should have, the caretaker should have been connected to that camera. Your 84-year-old mother is staying there by herself, leaving her doors unlocked at night. Who knew that? Why was that a thing? Why was that talked about? And all of a sudden we see these horrific images of this guy, porch guy, same guy. And they don't know if it's the same bull. It is the same. It's a different date. How do I? Well, because there's ways to go in and measure thigh bones, and there's way to go. You just don't look at a picture and say, oh, I don't know. And by the way, if you look around Grand Junction, there are Walmarts all around. Are they looking at the wrong one? So what if they were alerted from that images on the camera? I blame the caretakers, I'm going to say it that way, because she's 84, she's living in a big house by herself. She's getting to the point where she can't hardly be mobile and walk around, and yet everybody's flitting around and going here. Take her with you. Move her out of that home. Make her safe. Check the cameras. If you would have checked the cameras on her birthday, you would have found there's a man. You would have called the sheriff. You would have taken particular certain steps. But safety, evidently, of the mother, 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, was not an issue. And I get it. Life is lifing, right? You just kind of think, oh, well, yeah, okay. I am not convinced that Nancy was dropped off at 9:48 p.m. because once she got in the Uber at 5:32 p.m., we do not know where she went, except to Annie and Tommaso's. We know she went there. That's why the Bureau was out there snooping around. But we don't know what time she left. We don't know. Time to sing. Allegedly, supposedly, sorta, kinda, maybe. I do have a shirt or something with that on. I don't have one on tonight, but I do those. That's in the merchandise shop. So anyway, my darlings, I think I made a point. I could sit here probably and talk about it all night, but there's no need to because you already know. Let me see if there's anything else I need to talk about. And then let me get here. Oh my goodness, you guys, look at you. Yeah, we do know the fact that she did get the Uber. We know that. That was at 5:32 on January 31st. So we do know that. Let me grab some of these things on or before her birthday. It makes me mad because I think of my mother. And plus, you're giving her a security, you're putting her out. Let's just say it wasn't the island guy. And just say it wasn't. You're making her at risk by putting her on national television and showing the inside of her home where she likes to eat. You might as well just say, here's my mother, take her. How do I know all this? Well, I worked for a company a while ago, still kind of do, that we had to have security briefings about you don't put your name on the internet. You don't put this on the internet. You don't put where you live on the internet. You don't show your children on the internet. You don't do this. You don't do that. You make sure your doors are locked. You get this. You get that. And believe me, it's kind of scary when you have to think, oh my heck, I can't live because there are people out there that want to do harm. So you don't do that sort of thing. I'm going to tell you this, it really kind of is mind-blowing to me. The searches for me, I'm going to tell you the search for me. How old, this is number one, and a lot of the stats that I get, because YouTube gives them to you in your studio. They give you what people are searching for. And you know what it is? How old is Lady Zelda Kelly? When is Lady Zelda Kelly's birthday? Who is Lady Zelda Kelly married to? Where does Lady Zelda Kelly live? And listen, I don't care. I'll tell you all that I'm 66. Kind of, sort of, you know my birthday. But it just kind of gives me the willies a little bit that we've got so many people that want to figure out how old I am. Why? That kind of blows my mind a bit. Yeah, so why weren't they checking Nancy's cameras? Why?
This just doesn't, it makes so much sense that it doesn't make sense. All right, before I get blown completely up. Hi there, my good, oh, look at your beautiful hair. I love that. You know, I love short hair. It's so funny. I have to have my long hair so I can wear it up, but there's a difference. If I have short hair, I don't like it on me, but I like my hair pulled up. Make that make sense. This looks fabulous on you, darling. Thank you so much for being a new member. Thank you for your time and efforts. This community is blessed to have you. Blessings to all. Thank you so much. You're so kind, and thank you for your generosity. Tina, my darling, look at you. Oh my gosh, you look like you're having so much fun. Love to the birthday Leos. My dad turned 90. Oh, yours is next week. Remind us. We'll sing happy birthday for you. Remind us. I love it. 200 jewels from Amy, and thank you for your generosity. And then we have Sandy, who sent over a silver star. Thanks. That's so kind. Thank you. Raji, 500. Oh, power potion. I'll take that. I'll take the power potions all day. Diane, thank you so much, honey, for the floating heart. I appreciate you so much. Here's another little bit of sunshine. I'll take it. I love your profile picture, too. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Jammin, thank you so much for that, Tracy. You're so kind. Thank you. Sarah, oh my gosh. Listen, the way I have to listen. I love you, Massachusettsites. I don't know what you call them. Bostonians. I love all you up there. I love your accent. But when we went through the Karen Reed trial and we had to hear, I was in shock and horror of my good friend who laid on the pavement, and I didn't go to his funeral, but I had my good friend lie on behalf and lied at the indictment here. Oh, you lied in front of a grand jury. Oh, I'm telling you. But she's a talker. She's a talker. I just can't get over that. But thank you so much for your generosity, my darling. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you. 6 jewels and a makeup brush. How fitting. And thank you very much for your generosity. Thank you, my darling. You always see these pretty little purses. I was never that dainty. I mean, I'm very feminine, but I'm not a dainty feminine. But I like to look at it. I think it's pretty. It's very nice. Thank you very much for your German or your generosity. A floating heart comes from Sandy. I'll take it from you, my darling. Thank you so much. Jammin from my dear D Hunter. Floating heart, I love it. And a silver star, sassy. Oh my goodness, I love it. Oh, Aunt BB, thank you so much for your generosity, my darling. And you've sent over 20 so far. Bless you. Thank you so much. That's so helpful. And for those of you who are gifted a membership, remember this time next month, you'll be given the opportunity to remove. Yes, remove or renew. It's up to you. No obligation. Diana, thank you so much for your generosity. Love the profile picture. So cute. New member. Girl, I love it. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. How much fun does she look like? I love it. I love it. Thank you for being here, my darling. Marquetta. I think that's how, is it Marquetta? Marquita? Whatever it is, you're adorable. Thank you so much. And forgive me if I didn't pronounce it correctly. Look at this, Deborah. Jammin with 200 jewels. Thank you, thank you. And 2 jewels and sparkles. Look at that. Look at the sparkly eyes in that little fellow. A silver star comes from Cole's. Oh, Cole's grandma. I love it. Look at that. I love it. And another sparkles. And a thumbs up. Thank you. And a silver star coming from Stephanie. Thank you, my darling. What a sweet person. Look at her. Look at her. Amy, I love it. Thank you. 10 jewels. Look at that little, I think that's a French bulldog, isn't it? They're so cute. A thumbs up, and I'll give you one back. Thank you, my darling. Oh, hello. Didn't know it was going to do that. Floating heart and a flower from Kelly. Thank you. New member here. Hi, Dunn. Thank you so much. I love it. Look how pretty you are. Claudia, 2 jewels. Thank you so much. I love it. Carol, your generosity and a gold coin. Gifted a membership. Thank you, Paige. I appreciate you. And blessings for the loot box. 1,000 jewels. I have to look at these later on. I can't see what they do. I do know that they animate in the you know what I'm talking about. Hold on. I may have news. Okay, for those of you who have been asking, Mrs. Marie, hold on. Mrs. Marie has raised the limit because of popular demand of the signed books. So if you want to go over there, there's 10 more. It will be a total of 20. So we've raised it another 10. So if you want a signed copy, run there and grab it. If we need more, we can do it. Okay, we can do it. So, okay, a flower from Baby. Oh, and look at this, Kansas City Granny. Kansas Granny. I like to say Kansas City. I think of that song from the Beatles. Jules, thank you. And a flower. Aw, a gold coin from Deb. Hi there, my darling. Look at the babies on you. A flower. Hello. I love it. I love it. Oh, an East Coaster. Her message came over here. Well, I don't want that over here. Goodbye. All right. That was, who was it? Flossie? Felicia. Well, we're just going to call her Flossie. I should have said, well, Flossie, thank you so much. I don't look a day over 75 since I'm 150. That's pretty good. Honda, 10 jewels. Floating heart, thank you. And Rosebud, bless you. You did not have to do that. I feel bad. I don't want to take anything. If you need that, oh my gosh, my darling. But then before I forget, Jody, bless you, bless you, bless you. Barbara, thank you so much for the Venmo. Jessica, I think I said before, my pickle girl. And thank you so much. But thank you, Rosebud. You're very generous. When $5 feels like 50, I get it. Been there. 200, Jammin'. We'll do it, Nina. 80. Oh, look. 101 Dalmatians. I love it. A clocket. And another clocket. I love it. Gold coin. Thank you, alumni of life. Oh, like the profile. I love it. Gold coin. I don't have any. I don't have any problem with bad words at all. But to me, use them in a colorful way. Use them creatively, right? If you just say, then, but put them in a combo and make it sound good. Then, flowers from my darling Wolf, thank you so much, and a silver star. And looky there, oh my gosh, beautiful Captain, 2 jewels, my birthday girl. I can't wait till you get your package. I like froggies. Thank you for your generosity, my darling. And a laughing disco. Thank you. Another floating heart from Wolf. Another silver star from Claudia. A silver star from King Salem's mom. I love it. Coffee lady. You look so fabulous, my darling. 10 jewels. Thank you. And a thumbs up. Thank you, Mary. And welcome. I know you're going to love it here. New YouTube member. 10 jewels gold from Carol. Gold coins. And I'm just looking up because, see, I can either see your gifts or I can see the chats. And I'm seeing that there's 104 chats, 105. They're just going to town. So I won't be able to catch up. So just know I love you. Thank you. Keep talking. Keep talking. Chili. Oh my goodness. That does sound good. I like Wendy's chili. I admit it. If I'm going to get chili, if I go out, I want Wendy's chili. But thank you so much to Mrs. Marie for doing that. Thank you, thank you. I text her and I said, I need you in the comments. And so she came into my phone and said, where are you? I'm here. I didn't see her because I don't have my phone thing on. Thank you so much for the 2 jewels, my darling. Thank you. Oh my goodness, Wolf, you're so generous tonight. ABC telling you, right? 200 jewels, and that is a big sunshine. Look at you, so pretty. Thank you. Roxy, 1200, my darling, with the sandcastle. Oh, bless you, my darling. Thank you, thank you. Pamela gifted 10. You guys are so generous. Just look at you. You guys are so generous. Floating heart. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 6 jewels makeup brush. I love that. Thank you, thank you. Last but not least, Aunt BB 10. Thank you. Just wondering if you changed your mind about getting a post office box so that we can send things that aren't on Amazon website. Even a tiny P.O. box will work. I may. I have to see. I'm hesitant because I had such a bad experience. And I know that you, it was bad. Almost criminal bad experience. If I do, I'll let you know. I'm glad I ordered the book at the beginning. There you go, my darling. I never comment. Oh, look how sweet you are. Too shy. But I bet you dance with us, don't you? But I just want to let you know that all of your channels, and you look so young. Thank you. You are just a year younger than myself, and you give everyone a lot to think about. Thank you, my darling. Well, you know what? I've been very blessed. My grandmother and my mother, listen to this. My grandmother, who swore, now nobody told her, but this was her. She swore that she had, she looked like Claudette Colbert, who was an old Hollywood actress. And she did. But we didn't want it to go to her head. But she loved Claudette Colbert. And I loved her too. And then somebody made a mistake and told her that she looked like Marlene Dietrich. She was excommunicated. That woman was excommunicated from my grandmother's sight for 3 years. My grandmother did not like Marlene Dietrich. So then my mother, if she was here, she would laugh at that, who wouldn't say if she had a mouthful, who was 5'6", pardon me, and laughed and cooked and was so creative and made all of our Halloween decorations. And every year we got Barbie dolls, and I think that she got them for her more than she did for us, because she would start in August making Barbie doll clothes for us for Christmas. And we had themed, now listen, this was a woman who graduated in 1954. That was the year that Alfred Hitchcock's movie Rear Window came out. My mother loved Grace Kelly. And from the moment that movie hit, it's my understanding, I wasn't there, it was my understanding that my mother went right to the fabric store. See, you couldn't go at a certain place. You had to go, they had the fabric stores, right? So she went to the fabric store. She got what patterns that she knew she needed. And she replicated a lot of clothes that Grace Kelly wore in that movie with Jimmy Stewart. That one suit that Grace Kelly has with the white halter top. Now, my mother would not wear a halter top. So she modified it a little bit and put some sleeves. It was still just stunning. But my mother was blonde, fair-haired, and she wore the heels. And I used to wear hair heels, and as I was growing up, and then I'm 5'10", so I can't have a size 7 shoe or I look ridiculous. So she would make all of her clothes. She even had, in the movie, she had, Grace Kelly had a bracelet that had like a silver bauble on the bracelet. My mother had that. And listen, I had that, oh gosh, just up until a few years ago. And then, life happens and you just can't find stuff anymore. So that's how I learned to sew. And when I went out into the corporate, because, while I've been a psychic, hello, I've had to eat. So, and I always thought I have to have a career. Well, I didn't realize that this could have been my career. Hello. But I joined the ranks of the corporate and finance. And thank you so much, Pamela. It's so sweet. And so I learned to make my own clothes so they would fit. And I had suits that were just, oh, ladies, I have to tell you this, and gentlemen, if you're in here, but if you may not want to pay attention, I get it. Because I was always going to events with the, Chamber of Commerce events and, other types of things, but they were events. I was never one to wear the full skirt thing. My clothes were always, and still are, I like very tailored, not a pencil skirt, but a straight skirt. Jackets. I made a suit that I was offered a lot of money. No. It was a black shawl. No, it wasn't. It was a black notched lapel jacket that I did not wear a blouse under, and it was very tasteful. But on the sleeves, I did, like, from the wrist was very heavy, as far as not a rhinestone, but was very tasteful stones. And then it got lesser and lesser until you got up to the elbow. It was so stunning. And I had a pair of black heels that I put a silver stud at the top of the black heel. It was just so stunning. Wow. And I just loved it. Of course, I'm not in that anymore. I don't wear that stuff anymore. I gave it all away. Why not? Let somebody else enjoy it. Get the P.O. box in a different town than normally go to a bit. Well, that's what I did. It doesn't stop people from sending you horrible, ugly things. So I have to be careful. Just like Flossie, who came in here and said that I didn't look a day over 75. I take that as a compliment because, I'm 166 now. So that's at least more than half my age. Thanks, Flossie. Okay. My darling Patty, thank you, Lady Zelda, for another wonderful evening. Blessed community on the tubes. Love you. Well, she's been here for 15 months and so loyal. There we go. That's to all of you and my mods. Beautiful, beautiful. Let me see. I fell asleep listening to Art Bell last night. Isn't he wonderful? I love that. Just wanted to reserve my sign. I got an error stating unable to ship to my address. We'll fix it. I'll ship you one because I know that I'll ship you one. I'll ship you one. So when we get to the part when they are available, because I'm going to order your copies and then more. When that time comes, my darling Jane, you say, and we'll make a way for you to get it. I'll make sure that you get it. Okay? I'll make sure of it. Welcome to the class of 78 reunion. Right, my darling? Right? I loved Claudette too and her movies. Oh. My favorite one of hers was It Happened One Night. And then there was a wartime movie. Since He Went Away, I think is the name. All the directions for high school or middle school, even more steps with the front bother teacher. Yep. Look how cute you are, my darling. Love it. Okay, let me, I would bet Ian is very proud of everything you do in teaching yourself. Well, you know, it's one of those things. He is. He is. His friends come in here and they watch, and they basically tell him all the time, I'm going to tell you what they laugh at. And I love it. I'm here for it. I'll tell you what they laugh at. When I'm talking, okay? Give me a second. Aunt BB, let me see. We'll make sure you get one. We may have to raise it another, okay? I may ask Mrs. Marie to raise it to another 20. So I'm going to tell you, I didn't know they'd go like that. I'm serious as can be. I was going to say something was nice. Let's see what I was going to say. I don't remember. Class of 81. Oh, I love it. My mom made all my doll clothes. See, and you know what? Don't you think that is a hidden art? People don't sew anymore. I love to sew. When I move, I will. Tracy, you can order the signed copies are currently sold out. Mrs. Murray had extra yeah. I guess they sold out again, and we'll put some extra ones on there. So I will announce. Keep watching the community tab because we'll announce more as they come on, okay? We'll announce more. Let me see. They never took her meds to help her. I think that was on purpose. Rear Window is a classic, one of my all-time faves. Grace Wardrobe wasn't it though, my darling? And believe me, ask my mother. She would make those clothes and walk around on the farm. Hey, fake it until you make it. Do what you need to do. That's how I was. Love Rear Window. Grace was mesmerized. Wasn't she, though? Stunning. My son was born in 81. My son was born in 95. Jimmy Stewart. My daughter was born in 80. So sad about Grace Kelly. I know. My cousin would give me Barbie dolls because she knew I would give them to her, Jane and Johnny West. Oh my gosh. I had a Jane West doll and the horse Comanche because I could not have regular dolls because of past haunting stuff. And I had Jane. Wasn't that the name of her horse, Comanche? It was a Palomino. I think so. I think so. I think so. I think so. I love that. I had a Mr. Ed puppet. I was all about the horses. For Christmas one year, my grandfather bought me a barn set. I was mesmerized by this set. No one saw me for weeks because I would be in my room morning, noon, and night. It was a metal barn and these little bale of hay, and they had this little corn crib and these wee little ears of corn that you would put in the corn crib. And my grandma would go, Pete. It's my grandpa. Pete, don't let her have those. She'll swallow those. And he said, even if she did, she wouldn't choke. Look how small they are. It's so funny. Family memories. Family. Grace Kelly was beautiful. Her clothes were just so wonderful, right? And think about how wonderful it was to have a talented mother, because then, but see, it was very hard for me to buy clothes when I was in school because I was 5'9" when I was in high school. And then I don't know what happened. I just magically just popped up a little bit more, I guess. Oh, my lady, you say 5'10", I'm 4'11". Well, honey, if we ever do any cheerleading, you can be the one, step up here and I'll hold you up. Imagine, I was a cheerleader. That was tough. I was always the one holding on the bottom. Did you see the fresh dirt at tomatoes? Yeah. Tomato. It's that transatlantic tomato. I have one daughter that is 5'10", and the older is 4. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Nobody else. Now, my bio dad is tall, and my 2 brothers look like property brothers on HGTV, and they are handsome. And I think one is 6'1", the other one's 6'3". So I love that. Can totally see that. I say Audrey Hepburn. I love it, Jen Vision. Oh, I love that. Happy 250 years. I love it. I love it. Let me see here, my darling. I'm there with you. Probably come up to Zelda's ways. Well, if we ever go anywhere, I'll hold your hands and help you. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Listen, being tall is awkward because I'm kind of built like Jane Mansfield. So Jane Russell more. I think it's Jane Russell more than Jane Mansfield. I meant to say Jane Russell. Let me see here. Let me get through these. Going to have to add more. There's a line at the door. I'm going to make sure that everybody gets a signed book that wants a signed book, okay? I wore a sea foam vintage style 50s dress for my milestone birthday last year. My darling, I know you. Bob Crane. I love him. I love him. That was a sad thing. Look at you. I love that photo. Oh my God, I love it. You're very lucky to have a mom who custom made your clothes. Well, at the time it didn't feel lucky, you know, but it was very nice. Maybe put more things in your Amazon. I'm going to tell you the problem I have. I have 6 in the hall. I have 6 40-gallon tubs. You know, those big plastic tubs that you put that have lids. I have 6 in the hall. I have 4 in my bedroom, and I have 3 out here up against the wall that have all types of goodies that you guys have sent. And then the credenza in front of me has totes, and I've got on the sofa behind me, they're all lined up, totes of everything. So right now, you guys are so generous. I'm just going to wait till we move. Okay. Never know when that's going to happen. And, because you guys are generous. Your makeup looks beautiful tonight. Colors are perfect. Thank you. And listen, not to sell, but I'm going to sell. Avon. That's what this is. And I didn't put any under eye on tonight because I'm experimenting with different product. Usually I'm very dark and I look sunken. This is still kind of dark and looks sunken, but it doesn't look that bad. But this, because see, I wear glasses and it reflects. So I've learned that I have to wear a different lid color because now I wear glasses all the time, except when I drive, especially when I'm reading and working on the computer. I have to do that. And the day that I figured out that I couldn't wear my makeup the way that I used to in 1978, 1985, and 1990, that became a problem. So this is a blush stick, and it goes over the eyes. It's called Crush Berry. It's cheap right now. And right now, my darlings, they have eyeliner pencils, lip pencils, and eyebrow pencils for $2.99 on sale with free shipping over $40, I think. And I also use this as a lipstick. And then you can come in here and do this. And I'll tell you what, sometimes, and that's why I keep them right here on my desk, because sometimes I have to have a Zoom call, or sometimes I have to have another call with a certain special person. And I don't want to be looking like the wreck of the Hesperus, sitting here, not looking sort of nice, right? Especially in front of a certain someone. So I zippity doodah right up and boom, ready to go. And it's good for every day. My darling Ruby, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I hope that we got a lot of this talked out. Don't forget to come you have to. And I've got to tell you this. For those of you who I like the vintage retro scary movies. There's one. You've got to see it. It's so good. It's so cheesy. I got to find it for you. Where is it? Where is it now? Where is it? Oh, Sue. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sue. Happy birthday to you and many more. I'm so glad you're here. Love it. Thank you so much for being here. I see in all my sisters and friends, 1978, 1979, 1980, 1977. I love it. I love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ian's friends. Yeah, they come in here. I love it. So glad that you told me. See, I get to talking and I can't. I'm a talker. Thank you. You're so welcome. I love Mr. Ed. I'm going to tell you what I used to do with Mr. Ed, because we lived in a place I couldn't have horses anymore. So I took my Mr. Ed puppet, and my dad sawed off the broom, sawed it in half, so I was able to put my puppet on the end of the broom handle. I wasn't riding it back then. And so the broom was his tail, and I would ride that. You know, I look and I think, I don't know. I was either dumb as a box of rocks or ahead of my time. I don't know. Anyway, think it's on Tubi. Yes. Now let me I want to find this movie for you guys so I can recommend it. Give me a second. Give me a second, please. Stop sharing this. Go in here to my channel and find out where this movie is. Sometimes I put on YouTube and I let that baby roll all night while I'm sleeping. If I ever sleep, then I wake up and I think, oh, that's weird. And then I have to watch something. Where is that? Here it is. Here it is. I'm going to play it, but this, I'm going to share it with you so you can all find it, because this is the coolest old movie. I just love it. I just love it. So here we go. If I can find out where to share. Share your screen, Zell. Here we are. Now, this is the name. Oops, I better not do that. You won't see it. It's from Puzzle Film House. And look, when you start bringing these up, look at all these great old films on the right-hand side. Oh, look at that chick. I know who we know her. Anyway, look to the left of the screen and how cool. All of those, this is the ghost, vengeful spirit returns for brutal revenge, gothic horror. It is so cool. I do remember the Unabomber and his manifesto. This is on the Tubes of You. This is on the Tubes of You. Write it down so you can see. I'm trending. I know. Where am I trending? On YouTube or on Twitter? I hope not Twitter. Twitter? On the Twix? So there we go. There we are. So I love it. And I love all of the Sherlock Holmes stuff. But I'm going to tell you about Tubi. Tubi is free. I love old cheese. Listen, don't give me this gory. Ian and his girlfriend watched something that I'm like, how? But see, once you see things in real life, you go to Tubi. Okay, Carol, hold on. Things don't usually my attempt, but your stories and these Saturday nights surely keep me mesmerized. I'm so thankful for God and your chat. Oh my gosh, I love it. I love it. Thank you. There's a lady I haven't seen in a long time. Hello, beautiful. Hi. How are you? Goulardi. I loved it. Listen, did you ever get to see I have to think of the name now. They were from Cleveland, Ohio, After the News. And it was Houlihan and Big Chuck. I've missed you, my darling. I've missed you. I hope you're doing okay. I'm so glad you stopped in. I'm so glad. 1967. You go, girl. She is my I know her twin. I went to school with her twin. A little older, actually, than her. But looks just like her. And she was a cheerleader, very popular in school. She's wonderful. Tubi. Tubi just added 60 new retro gothic horror titles. And some of them are older than dirt and haven't been around in a while. And the only way you could have gotten them is by renting them. Race to Tubi and watch this weekend. Get rid of all this stuff. Just get rid of all the crime. Sometimes I just have to not watch the tubes of you. Sometimes I just have to not watch. Hello, there's a friend in the chat, and it's going so fast, and I've not been able to see her. If you said hello, my darling Nan, hello. I've not got to see you. So, okay. So anyway, and thank you for being here. But yes, Houlihan and Big Chuck. Oh, did he die? Oh, I'm so sorry. Chuck. Oh my gosh. Look up Houlihan and Big Chuck on the tubes of you, and you guys will laugh. But sometimes we just have to get away from all of this heartbreak and all of this crazy, right? We have to. You have to. You have to. Because you don't, I'll tell you things that started happening with me. Look at this. I saw. And I thought about that. You know, I've got to say something about that. I got to say something about that. I never knew who Karen was. And it was one of those things like I talked about on the Still case. Only am I, when I'm asked to read on something, that I'll read on it or, whatever. And I was never asked to read on him, but I was asked to read on Karen. And it only came up because then when I started seeing on Karen, then I started seeing more on him. And at that time, it was so diligent and just did everything to get to the bottom of the truth. I don't know what happened. And that's the sorry part of this. And it really is sorry. Because when you think about this, and I'm not one to hi my darling. Yes. Same thing. Is she taking it gets so heavy because now we've got all of this with Nolan Wells. And seriously, I wanted to deep dive in that, and it's like another look out. That one's going to get very motivated in a way. And I know that there's an indictment coming. We're going to have to we'll take a pause and wait over here. And then we've got Nancy Guthrie. And then we've got all this mess with Karen Reed et al. That's why we say Karen Reed et al. Because, dear jumping jollies, you would think that because a court found somebody not guilty, which is called acquitted in the court of law, and I'm not one, but thank God that the lawyers are the lawyers, because I wanted to be a lawyer at one time, and I'm so glad I didn't, because I don't think I could have hacked it. But I look at everything right now that's going on. I feel bad for the children, and I feel bad that all of this is still going on. I'm a Pisces, my darling. And it is, where is the community tab? When you go into somebody's YouTube channel, it'll say posts and then videos and shorts and whatever, that the posts are considered to be the community tab. I don't know what that's all about. I don't know if I want to, but all I've got to say is I think after about the first or second thing that came my way, I would sit back and reconsider, should I be saying so much about so many? Because, unfortunately, there are a lot of these people that have nothing better to do than to just sit and wait on their little haunches, like they're just on the prowl, wait for something negative, and then they jump. And the unfortunate part of people that are like that is that when the chips are down, you can count on getting more down. Because there is always a group of people that if they see something wrong, they'll hit you in another direction. And I just don't understand it, and I hate it, and I just wish it wouldn't happen. The sad part is that whole thing started out. Yay! Whole thing is that thing started out pure. I believe it was pure in my heart. And then as time went on, things just kind of went sideways. But I do believe that there's a certain responsibility that goes with all of that. And you don't challenge the law. And that to me is, because it's not so much the law, it's how it's interpreted that will get you in trouble. I don't wish anybody any harm at all. And I never will. That, because listen, it's bad enough sometimes when you've made a mistake, or you haven't made a mistake, and you're doing what you feel is right, and yet you still keep getting mowed over. So all I'm going to say is that I just hope everything works out. And I just don't want, the kids. I have the hard time with. I just have a hard time with the kid thing. And sometimes you just have to say, people are warned, and there's a certain time you have to say, okay, past a certain point, how do you not bring it on to yourself? Quite frankly, you've always all known how I feel. I don't know him. I've never talked with him. I don't know him. In fact, a long time ago in the beginning, we did a fundraiser for him. I think we didn't raise much. It was like $1,200, but that's $1,200. I never expected anything from him in return, because I just felt that was something that should have been done, because I believed in what he felt was his cause. But I wonder sometimes, do his attorneys pick up the phone and say, be quiet. Don't stream that stuff. Don't do that. And maybe they are. But I've never had a lawyer that I've never listened to that gave me good advice. Did I say that correctly? I've never had a good lawyer that I never listened to, because they always gave me good advice. Now, I've certainly not serious stuff like this, but that's why you hire a lawyer, because that's what they're trained to do. So I don't wish anyone harm. And listen, I've said it 100 times when I've read on these things. I'm older. Some of the language, and like I said, look, if you're going to cuss, do it colorfully and funny and put it in a few combos. But some of that stuff is just so off-putting. But I've always said, I felt that he was called to do what he was called to do. And the same thing with Karen. What do you do with that? Well, you either learn lessons. How else do you learn a lesson? Well, you're tested. Is this a test? I'm not here to judge. I'm not here to say anything. And I'm certainly not here to add anything to it, except that I hope things work out. But especially for his children, because they're the ones that will suffer in the end. And think about, right? She can rip them off good too. There you go. No, thank you so much. And you know what? These are the times I don't like to be right. I thought about that the moment, right? I thought about that. I thought, oh, shoot. But last thing I'm going to say is, I've always said it. And that is, some people don't like him. And that's okay. That's what makes the world go around. Because you know what? Some people don't like me either. I'm not their cup of tea. No judgment here. No, it's okay. I'm not everybody's gig. But, and he's a Capricorn. And listen, the Capricornian, that stuff, when you get driven, when you're a Capricorn, it is like a bull in a china shop, and you just go forward, and listen, it doesn't stop, and it's just going to end. It is what it is. But I am grateful that he brought attention, and that's the way I have to look at it. I'm sorry things. Good night, my darling. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm sorry things got away, okay? But I'm also, I'm very thankful, because if it weren't for him, I would have never known about Karen. So it is, what do we do? I listen. I don't, but it is what it is. I'm no prude. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes it kind of like cringe alert. But, I think a lot of it is too that there's an audience that loves that. So, okay. You need to smile just a little. Well, I do. Okay, so my darlings, let's do this. I'm going to say goodnight because, oh wait, we got some more things. I have to thank some people. Where are you? A silver star coming from Steph Folletti. I love it. Thank you. Here is Linda, a member for 3 months. Hi, Linda. Thanks for being here. Peanut, a floating heart. Love you. Thank you. I love it. My board Erline. Love those hearts. Member for 11 months? Wow. Thanks for being here. Mom, thank you, my darling. I love your profile picture. Super sticker. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. So, my darlings, wow, 4 hours and 13 minutes. All good. So, we'll take him for his word on that. And are so blatantly, yeah. Here. Where did jewels come from? I don't know. I'm new to the jewel scene. Thank you, Aunt Baby. I love you so much. Ruby is here for 7 months. Oh my gosh. I love you guys. I just love you. I love it. Thank you. Here is Captain Harris. So don't forget to all say goodbye to everyone, or I'm going to play the outro right now. And I will see you on Monday night. Be here. Aloha. I love it. Monday night on the U channel, the new channel. And I got to tell you, I am in competition with myself. I want to get those numbers so I can apply for monetization. I don't know. Will I get it? I don't know. Should I get it? I don't know. Whatever. If I do, I do. If I don't, I don't. But just getting to that point where I can do it, heck yeah. So the only people here is me, myself, and I, and that's who I have to account to. And all of you, my darlings, thank you so much. So hang in there. I'm going to play the outro. I loved it with you tonight. Get to be relaxed this weekend. Have some good food. Eat a little bit of candy. Make yourself feel better. And I will see you again very, very soon, my darlings. I love being here with you. So with that being said, I'll see you Monday night at 7 p.m. at the Still Case. Have a good weekend, my darlings. I'll see you soon.
They'll tell you the facts are clear, but the truth always flickers between the lines. In every shadow, there's a secret that refuses to stay buried. Clues hide in symbols, and sometimes even fate won't show its hand. Voices echo not just from the living, but from the silence they leave behind. I'm Lady Zelda. This is Seeing Crime, where what's hidden doesn't stay hidden for long. Until next time, keep watching.